Friday night baseball at Sinsheimer Stadium, the San Luis Obispo Blues hosting the Santa Barbara Foresters for the last time this season on the SLO Blues streaming network as we begin a homestand to end out the year. Just 6 games left in the season for the Blues as they look to make a playoff push in the CCL North. Hello and welcome inside the broadcast booth, everyone. Nate Mills alongside Mark Robinson for this pregame show as we get you set for the Santa Barbara Foresters and the San Luis Obispo Blues. The Blues secured the W yesterday 8-2 over SP down at Eddie Matthews Field. But before that, we took a little break for the All-Star festivities down in Compton, California at the MLB Youth Academy, where the Blues represented the CCL North very well. Just 2 All-Stars last year for the Blues. Big uptick this season. And Mark, why don't you introduce us to some of our players representing San Luis Obispo?
Absolutely. We sent a ton of amazing guys down south for the All-Star game. Let's take a look at some of those players and their statistics. Looking at this picture on the broadcast here from left to right, we sent pitcher Logan Groff, who has a 4.30 ERA, 23 innings pitched, and 26 strikeouts. Of course, the hitting machine, E.J. Royal, with a 354 average, 26 RBIs, and 40 hits. Pitcher John Damazonio with a 2.25 ERA, 32 innings pitched, 55 strikeouts. Infielder Zach Tollerman with a 315 average, 6 RBIs, and 17 hits. Pitcher Cody Albright with a 1.97 ERA, 32 innings pitched, and 38 strikeouts. Infielder Casey Borba with a 2.24 average, 14 RBIs, and 15 hits. Infielder Braden Jeffries, our favorite press box MVP hitter this season, a 397 batting average, 14 RBIs, 29 hits. And last but certainly not least, catcher Parker Goff with a 2.94 average, 4 RBIs, and 15 hits. God, I need a drink of water after that list. Holy moly. All these players extremely deserving to get to go down and represent the SLO Blues in this year's All-Star game. And a few of them were able to make a little bit of a difference in the unfortunate North Side loss in this year's CCL Showcase. Parker Goff had an amazing base hit. He scored one of the 2 runs that were scored in I believe it was a 7-2 loss in favor of the South. Cody Albright faced a small number of only 2 batters, but he was able to strike them both out, which is awesome. And Braden Jeffries, as we said, we've loved watching him in the press box this summer. Just an absolute machine when he steps up to the plate. He had 2 to 3 pop-outs into the outfield. He was seeing the ball. The joke we made earlier in the season, he must have been seeing like an exercise ball or a beach ball or something like that. Either way, though, he's able to make a lot of good contact on his approach, send all of those balls out into the outfield, but he was unfortunately not able to find any empty space. Once again, though, every player that was able to go down south, extremely deserving. We're proud in each and every one of the SLO Blues players who were selected in this year's All-Star game. But now that that's behind us, we've reached the latter half of the California Collegiate League season. We're getting very close to playoffs. With that said, let's take a quick look at the California Collegiate League standings. Looking at the northern side, surprise, the Walnut Creek Crawdads are in first place. Haven't even lost under 10 games in the CCL this season. Ridiculous performance from them. They are 19-9, followed by the Sonoma Stompers, who are 14-13. The SLO Blues have caught up and are edging with the Stompers now, also 14-13, followed by the Seagulls, who are 11-15, the Alameda Merchants, who are 10-15, and lastly, the Menlo Park Legends, who are 10-16. Great to see that the Blues were able to kind of get themselves back in a comfortable spot where that 4th place team is not nearly as close as it has been before. Nate, what do you think that this team has been doing well since they were a little bit more close in batting with the 4th place spot that's given them a little bit more of an advantage in the standings?
Well, the Blues in the middle of the season kind of hit a pitching lull. The pitching is what has been bailed at San Luis Obispo out of many games. You saw it in the beginning of the year where the bats weren't really coming around as much as you'd like them to. You were able to chip away singles into the outfield, not necessarily banging it off the wall. Didn't rack up that many runs, but it was the starting pitching that held down opposing offenses, and that's what would get Blues the wins. And so when that collapsed in the middle of the season, the Blues had to turn to hitting with some more power, and good timing for them because Max Lane and Cooper Witten have come through, swinging the sticks awfully well. Cooper Witten with his 3 triples on the season, and now finally the pitching has started to take back into form like it originally was in the beginning of the season. And you see San Luis Obispo slowly starting to creep up towards Walnut Creek, who is starting to become human for a second here as we head into the postseason. I mean, they were running away with it for a sec, but now Sonoma and San Luis Obispo are tied for second place at just 4.5 games behind first for Walnut Creek. So that first place spot, it's still a tall glass for San Luis Obispo to take on with only 6 games left in the season. But I think it's pretty safe that the Blues have a comfortable postseason position, especially with the Menlo Park Legends, who are absolutely scuffling a 6-game losing streak, last place in the CCL North. So that's coming at a right time for San Luis Obispo as well. A win here against the Foresters to finish out the season 5-3 against Santa Barbara would be huge as well. Goes without saying.
And I remember last week, it felt like yesterday we were here against the Menlo Park Legends, and we were talking on pregame about how they were the team that we needed to edge out and that we needed to get ahead of in the standings in order to hopefully clinch a playoff berth in the 2024 California Collegiate League postseason. And now it's looking like that's going to be extremely easy, smooth sailing ahead for the SLO Blues.
Yeah, there's 2 teams ahead of the Legends as well, the San Francisco Seagulls and the Alameda Merchants, like you said. But neither of those teams will qualify for the CCL postseason as they are both affiliates of the California Collegiate League. So they are out of contention there. So really it's a battle between the Menlo Park Legends and the Sonoma Stompers for that final playoff spot. Right now it looks pretty good for the Blues. They're not in a shape currently to host a postseason game, but with a win today, that looks like a pretty decent possibility for San Luis Obispo.
Absolutely. Going back to some of your points a few minutes ago, I love what you said about the pitching and how some of those guys on the mound are finally starting to figure out and get the feel that they need to get those pitches in the zone. Last time we were home here at Sinsheimer Stadium, John Damazonio, 13 strikeouts on either 4 or 5 innings pitched. I'm fuzzy on what that number was, but just an absolutely inhumane performance from him. That was a super great thing to see, and we're hoping that a lot of those pitchers can just start figuring out what they need to do on an individual level to just pound the zone, get the pitches in that they need to, and test the batters and get them swinging at pitches that they know they think they can hit, but they really can't.
Well, and Thomas Harper pitched against the Santa Barbara Foresters on July 4th down in SB. He gets the start today for the Blues. He went 5 innings there, just surrendered 2 earned runs against Santa Barbara. This is a team that is top 5 in nearly every, if not top 3, in nearly every statistical category in the CCL, not just the North and South, but in the whole entire thing. So to get a pitcher like that to go through 5 and just hold him to 2 runs is very important for San Luis Obispo. Same thing for Logan Groff yesterday, who looked spectacular. 6 innings pitched, 5 hits, just 2 runs. Both of them were earned, 2 walks and 4 strikeouts. He wasn't big on the strikeouts yesterday, but he generated a lot of soft contact from Santa Barbara. He broke a bat off the first batter he saw. I know he's pretty happy about that one, as a pitcher would be. Makes sense. But just keep that trend continuing for the Blues. Thomas Harper looked good last time he was out there, and Logan Groff looked good yesterday, and Harper looks to replicate that again today against Santa Barbara.
Hopefully Logan Groff picked up that bat and took it down for a bonfire at Grover Beach. That's the only thing you can do with a broken bat here on the Central Coast. Another game against the Santa Barbara Foresters here tonight at Sinsheimer Stadium. First pitch in just under 10 minutes. Like you said, Nate, it's the last time the Blues will face the Foresters. Normally I'd say in regular season, but for good, because even if we do clinch a playoff berth, we won't see Santa Barbara in the playoffs as they travel elsewhere for another postseason shenanigans that they like to do. But as we said, they took an 8-2 win over Santa Barbara yesterday. They are now 4-3 overall against the Foresters this season. That is the first time this season that the Blues have held a winning record over the Santa Barbara Foresters, and boy, am I hoping to keep it that way tonight and improve to 5-3 against the Foresters, and more importantly, 15-13 overall in CCL play.
Absolutely. We will not be seeing Santa Barbara after this game. They'll go to the Middle America for the NBC Summer College Baseball World Series and play there, so they will forego the CCL playoffs, but the Blues are trying to win the regular season series against their rivals from down south. A 4-3 lead for the Blues right now, trying to prevent a tie. Can't end a tie, can it? It's got to be a Blues victory right here on the SLO Blues Streaming Network. We'll get you down there at first pitch at around 6 p.m. Mark, as always, thank you for joining me in the booth.
God. I went too early.
Bring it back here. Here we go.
The classic handshake. This is going to go down in history right here.
Thanks for joining me in the booth, and we'll see you at first pitch in just under a few minutes on the SLO Blues Streaming Network.
season. Tomorrow's game is at 4 o'clock. We'll be serving the fabulous rosés from Fabulous Wine. Then Sunday it's a mimosa game. It's a 2 o'clock game. Then we have some midweek game for you. We have Tuesday, 23rd. It's a special mini giveaway. First,
That's my sports center on
the game. We get a special mini bag.
Went to Mexico.
Tuesday, the 23rd. Next Tuesday here in Central.
Friday night, I'm thinking maybe we just might play some baseball at Sinsheimer Stadium. The Blues hosting their rivals in the Santa Barbara Foresters in some CCL matchup, the final game between these two teams in the regular season and really the whole year. Mark Robinson talked about it on the pregame show. The Foresters will not be competing in the CCL playoffs. So this is it between these two squads, and it's happening right here in front of a nice crowd at Sinsheimer Stadium. Hello, welcome back inside the broadcast booth. My name is Nate Mills, calling the balls, strikes, and much more for your SLO Blues on the SLO Blues streaming network. Let's get you set with the defensive alignments as we send you down to the field for first pitch. Throwing down the signs is Parker Goff with Zach Tallerman over at first base. Brendan Comerford starts at second for the second game in a row. Constantine back at the hot corner with Ardois at short. Outfield left to right is Jariah Lewis, E.J. Royal, and Jake Hicksonbaugh, with Cooper Witten doing the designated hitting. And on the mound for your Blues, the right-hander from Illinois State University, it's Thomas Harper. Last time he made an appearance, it was against the Conejo Oaks on July 10th. Went 4 innings there, surrendered 4 runs. They were all earned off 7 hits, 2 walks, and 2 strikeouts. But before that, he looked excellent against the Foresters down in Santa Barbara on July 4th as the Blues celebrated the birth of the United States in their 9-4 victory. Went 5 innings there, 2 runs. Both of them were earned off 6 hits, 2 walks, and just 1 strikeout. Able to force some weak contact off arguably the best offensive team in the CCL, and he makes his return here at Sinsheimer wearing the baggy yellow jerseys for this 6 p.m. start. So here's the starting lineup for the Santa Barbara Foresters. Leading it off, it's Caden Peterson. Jonas Sebring bats second with Will Rogers batting third. Jack Holman cleaning things up. He had a fantastic day yesterday against the Blues, with TJ Pompey batting fifth, Rodriguez sixth, Daniel Patterson batting seventh, Andrew Simo, the catcher, bats eighth, and D. Kennedy rounds it out in the 9 spot for Santa Barbara. So Thomas Harper kicks up the dust, circles the mound, and gets ready for the first pitch in front of a nice crowd at Sinsheimer Stadium. Gavin Constantine pitches at third base as the first offering is high and tight to Caden Peterson at 6:02 p.m. Beautiful summer night at Sinsheimer Stadium. First pitch weather, 75 degrees and sunny. I mean, could you really ask for anything better than that? There's the 1-0 and misses low to Caden Peterson for ball 2. So Peterson is the right fielder batting leadoff today for Santa Barbara. Yesterday, he batted second for the Sturs and was 1 for 4. 2-0 is hit off the hands into shallow left field. Racing is Jariah Lewis, and he makes the running grab for the first out of the inning. We talked about that soft contact, not just from the outing by Logan Groff yesterday, but Thomas Harper's last time he pitched at Eddie Matthews Field. And he starts off this game with a jam shot into left. Lewis is there in time to record the first out of the inning. So now it's Jonas Sebring, the center fielder, batting second for the Sturs this afternoon. He had a night off yesterday, but came in later to pinch hit for Ryan Taman. He struck out swinging there against Eddie Tierney. But he gets the start as one of the more dynamic players for the Foresters, as the first offering is an off-speed on the outside corner for strike 1. Sebring this season is batting .325 heading into this game. He makes his 23rd start for the Sturs. 0-1, another off-speed, and that's in there for a strike. Sebring having to be tough with 2 as back-to-back breaking balls hit the zone from Thomas Harper. 26 hits this season in his 80 at-bats for Sebring. As the 0-2 comes home, swing and a miss, strike 3, drop third. Here comes the throw to first, and it's plenty of time to retire Jonah for the second out of the inning. Flare to left and a strikeout swinging to Sebring on 3 pitches. Good enough for 2 outs in the first inning. So 2 quick outs for Thomas Harper. They're going to need him to provide the Blues some length in their pitching staff, as they are in dire need of relief pitchers. You could count on one hand how many are at Dean Trainer's disposal, as they all hang out there in the SLO Blues dugout, or the bullpen rather, underneath the white tents. The first offering to Will Rogers skips in front of home plate for ball 1. Rogers yesterday came in to hit for Dean Kennedy in the 9th inning. The final out of the game in the 8-2 win for the Blues yesterday. Offensive explosion in the 9th coming off the 3-run double from E.J. Royal as that fastball's in there for a strike. Rogers, the two-way player from the University of Michigan. Formerly a Sun Devil at Arizona State, he followed recruiting coordinator Ben Greenspan to the Midwest to play some ball at Ann Arbor. 1-1, there's a slider just missing outside. Nice location from Thomas Harper as he shakes his head, gets back on the rubber on the 2-1 count. Rogers hitting just north of 300 this season as he makes his 18th start as a hitter for Santa Barbara. 2-1 is hit hard into center field. E.J. Royal a few steps to his right, makes the grab with one hand, and the side is retired. 3 up, 3 down for Thomas Harper to begin things in the top of the first. We'll go to the home half of this inning scoreless. I'm Nate Mills on the Slow Blues Streaming Network. Bottom half of the first inning, nice, quick, easy work for Thomas Harper, cruising through the top 3 hitters in the Foresters lineup. A soft fly out to left, a strikeout swinging, and a harder fly out to center field off the bat of Will Rogers. The Stars are retired in order. Now it's introduced to you the defensive alignments for Santa Barbara. Behind the dish, it's Simo with Rodriguez at first, D. Kennedy at second, Daniel Patterson at the hot corner with TJ Pompey getting the start at short. Outfield left to right is Rogers, Sebring, and Peterson, with Holman doing the designated hitting. And on the mound for Santa Barbara, it's Mason Cook, the right-handed pitcher, going to Auburn next season after spending his first 2 years with the Blue Jays at Creighton. He is an Omaha, Nebraska native, so he will be making the trip down to the dirty South for some SEC baseball. He's had a very short career with Santa Barbara so far, only making his second start of the season. Went 3 innings, 6 strikeouts, 2 walks against the Arroyo Seco Saints in their 5-4 loss on July 10th. So a strikeout first guy as he impatiently awaits for the leadoff batter, E.J. Royal, to step into the box. Middle of the infield wide open as Pompey plays the line, and Kennedy playing towards the first baseman Rodriguez as the first offering is a fastball hitting the outside corner for strike 1. So it's Royal leading it off, then Hicks and Bob batting second, Tallman third, Witten cleaning things up, and then it's Lewis, Goff, Comerford, Ardois, and Constantine. Here's the 0-1. It's a fastball that misses high to Royal. 1 ball and 1 strike. EJ batted leadoff for the Blues yesterday as well. A 2-hit day for the Utah Tech Trailblazer. As the 1-1 comes home, there's an off-speed in the zone for strike 2. Royals signals changeup to the dugout, trying to see as many pitches as possible from the new right-hander from Auburn University. Blues have played these Foresters 7 times and have never seen Cook, as that fastball is yanked low and away, and keeping it in front of home plate is Simo. 2 balls and 2 strikes. So it's all that more important for E.J. Royal to get the scouting report and do your job as the leadoff man to see as many pitches as possible and report to the dugout. This one softly popped up, playable in the infield. D. Kennedy ranges into shallow right and makes the 2-handed grab for the first out of the inning. Weak pop out to shallow right, and Royals got some explaining to do in the dugout, trying to give the best scouting report he possibly can for Jake Hicksonbaugh, who steps up with 1 out. Hicksonbaugh filling in the hole that Braden Jeffries left when he left not too long ago. The high schooler player rule in the CCL has forced Braden Jeffries to depart from the Blues. He will be sorely missed for this San Luis Obispo offense. He's a top 2 in CCL league average for pretty much his entire career as a Blue. As this one's dribbled on the right side and foul. No balls and 2 strikes to Hicksonbaugh. And before Jeffries arrived on the scene in San Luis Obispo, it was the Royal and Hicksonbaugh show for, I would say, the first quarter of the season. So now Hicksonbaugh gets his time to shine again as Jeffries is no longer a Blue, and that fastball misses high, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Final line for Braden Jeffries, started 22 games and hit .395 as that fastball is up and away to Hicksonbaugh, 2 balls and 2 strikes. So a .395 finish for Braden Jeffries, a .489 on base, a .47 slugging, good for a .976 OPS. Here's the 2-2. That one gets down to the fingertips of Mason Cook, and it misses outside. A full count to Jake Hicksonbaugh, who has seen a fair share of the offerings from Cook as well. Zach Tallman awaits on deck, the first baseman batting third with 1 gone. Payoff pitch. There's a breaking ball taken for strike 3. Slider nudging the outside corner, and Hicksonbaugh knew it right away as he unstraps his gloves and heads back into the dugout with 2 gone in the first. Nice pitch from Mason Cook, the right on left slider, nibbling at the outside corner. Tough to pick that one up as the left-handed hitter. You think it's going to break more into the zone. It doesn't. It just scrapes it. And it's good enough for his first strikeout of the day, Mason Cook's. And now it's Zach Tollerman. ZT making a significant lineup jump today after hitting 6 yesterday. That's really where he's hit the majority of the season if that first pitch is in there for a strike. Lives around the 5, 6, 7 range for Dean Trainer's lineup. This is the highest he's hit all year in that 3 spot. 0-1, high and tight for ball 1. Tollerman yesterday, 2 hits, one of them an RBI single in the 5th inning to bring home Jariah Lewis. Collected another single in the 9th and came around to score off the double from E.J. Royal. Softly hits this one into shallow right. That's in for a base hit. Filleted single. There goes the no-hitter for Mason Cook and a 2-out base runner for the Blues. Tollerman feeds his average that has been sitting north of 300 for the majority of this season. Entering today's game, he was batting .333, 21 hits in his 63 at-bats. There's hit number 22 to keep his average above 300, as it's now Cooper Witten, the DH, batting 4th. Here's the first pitch to Witten, and that off speed is in there for a strike. Cooper this year, a .283 average, .411 on base, and a .500 slugging, feeding his .911 OPS. 3 triples, a home run, and 1 double in his 13 hits. Here's the 0-1. Swung on and missed. A changeup dipping below the strike zone. 0-2 to Cooper Witten. I have to point this out. Witten is wearing black socks. Fashion disaster. Long hold from Mason Cook. He comes home on the slider. That's taken for strike 3. 2 Ks for Mason Cook. The Blues get no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and a runner left on base. Scoreless heading into the second. I'm Nate Mills on the Slow Blues Streaming Network. Top of the second inning, a scoreless ball game at Sinsheimer Stadium. As I'd like to remind you that this inning is brought to you by Apex Technical Sales. You can find them at glenair-apex.com. Apex Technical Sales, we're here to make you successful. Thomas Harper made some quick work out of the Foresters in the top half of the first. 3 up, 3 down. The Blues got a runner on with Zach Tullerman's softly hit single into right. A 2-out base hit for ZT, his 22nd of the year. But Cooper Witten straining that runner on with the second strikeout of the day from Mason Cook. And now in a 1-1 count for Santa Barbara, it's Jack Holman, the DH left-hander, batting fourth for the Sturs. 2-1 count now from Thomas Harper. And Holman lived in the nightmares of the Blues yesterday, a 3-for-4 afternoon. 2 singles, he was stranded at second 2 times. An RBI and a double, he came around to score there. Finally retired him in the 8th inning after the fly ball out to E.J. Royal. So now Holman finds himself in a 3-1 count. Not an ideal position for Thomas Harper, but he comes through from the windup. 3-1 misses outside, and there's a leadoff walk for Santa Barbara. First base runner of the day comes through the base on balls by Thomas Harper, and now it's T.J. Pompey, the shortstop from Texas Tech University. So I mentioned last inning that Cooper Witten is wearing black socks. Everyone's wearing the high pants for the Blues as well, so I appreciate the coordination there. But it was brought to my attention that everyone is wearing black socks. High and tight to T.J. Pompey for ball 1. I don't know what the mindset is there. If you're familiar with the black Air Force Ones trend, Air Force Ones are a Nike shoe that signifies toughness, tenacity, fierceness, those type of words. And I'm wondering if the Blues are trying to translate that with the Sox. I may be giving Dean Traynor too much credit. 1-0, skips on top of home plate, and Goff gets it with the backhand. 2 balls and no strikes to the shortstop. Or everyone just has the wrong color socks on, which is ironic because the Blues got their name from the Blue Sox back in 1946. As that fastball misses low and outside to Pompey. 3 straight balls from Thomas Harper. They were the Merchants, and the local writer in San Luis Obispo said if a team's going to be worth anything, they have to have a colorful name, as that fastball's in there for a strike. And so he coined the Blues through their blue socks. So now, ironically, every Friday night, and we went back and looked at the other streams. I'm just now catching on to this. They always wear the black socks. Fastball misses high to Pompey, and back-to-back walks from Thomas Harper. Walk number 10 and 11 on the season. Now a runner in scoring position for Santa Barbara. And Jack Holman, and now it's Johnny Rodriguez, the first baseman, batting 6th. So now, 78 years later, after naming the team after the Blue Sox, the Blues find themselves wearing black socks. First pitch to Rodriguez, misses low and outside. I digress. I'm a big uniform guy. These are things that I think about maybe a little too much. Dean Traynor heads out there to talk to Thomas Harper after starting ball 1 to Johnny Rodriguez. Rodriguez, the first baseman, batting 6th, one of the 2 left-handed hitters tonight for Santa Barbara. He got the start yesterday. He batted 5th there and went 2 for 4. An RBI double in the 4th, a single in the 8th, flew out to center, and a ground ball to Comerford at second base. That RBI double in the 4th, was a tandem effort from Holman and Rodriguez. Holman led off. Had a 1-out double after Augie Lopez grounded out to second. Rodriguez promptly followed that one with a double of his own, trading places with the DH from UC Santa Barbara. It was a changeup from Logan Groff. He went the opposite way and one hopped the wall in left center. And he looks to do that damage here with his partner in crime, Jack Holman, at second base. Additionally, TJ Pompey's at first. The speed is night and day on the base paths at first and second. As the 1-0 skips downstairs. 2 balls and no strikes to Rodriguez. Rodriguez enters this game with his .229 average. 10 runs batted in. Collected number 10 on the season after bringing home Jack Holman on the double. 2-0 is softly hit into left field, and no one's going to get there. Holman gets the windmill at third, now applies the brakes, and he'll stay at third base. A single for Johnny Rodriguez. There goes a no-hitter for Thomas Harper, and the bases are loaded with Sturs. Just a changeup that got too much of the plate off the left-handed bat of Rodriguez. And if I'm the Blues, I'm looking at that scouting report. Not that there's many games left against Santa Barbara. In fact, there's 0. But for the rest of this game, I would not feed that left-handed hitter changeup. He likes to ambush that pitch, especially off right-handers. So now the bases are loaded for Daniel Patterson. Third baseman batting 7th with his Crimson Barrel. The chance to strike first for his Foresters, as the first pitch is a fastball taken for a strike. Patterson has batted in 9 runs this season. Enters this game with his .275 average. He knows a thing or two about driving in runs after bringing home 53 this past season at Westmont, as this one's weakly flared into shallow left center. The shortstop Ardois makes the backhanded grab in the grass for out number 1. Daniel Patterson retired on 1 pitch against Thomas Harper, and there's 1 gone here in the second inning for Andrew Simo, the catcher, batting 8th. Simo, a grad student from Coronado, California, down in San Diego, and a chance with the bases loaded. First pitch swing, it's an off speed that's flared up and out of the stadium on the right side for strike 1. Spent his undergrad years at Fordham in New York. He played for the Rams and was the 2022 team MVP. He was also a part of that 2019 team that won the A-10 championship. There's an off speed on the outside corner for strike 2. Scoreless game. Foresters with the bases loaded, 1 gone. Off speed is softly hit into center field. Royal charges to his left. He makes the grab. Holman tags from third. Here comes the home from right center. 1 hop to the plate, and it is in time. Frozen rope from E.J. Royal, and the side is retired. No runs, 1 hit, no error, 2 left on. Scoreless heading to the bottom half of the second. I'm Nate Mills on the Slow Blues Streaming Network. Bottom half of the second inning, a scoreless ball game between your San Luis Obispo Blues and the Santa Barbara Foresters. An electrifying 8-2 putout from E.J. Royal in center field. A missile coming from the right center gap to retire Jack Holman, who was tagging on the fly ball from Andrew Simu. So it's still a scoreless game as Jariah Lewis steps up for the first time today. One of the two left-handed bats in tonight's lineup for the Blues. He plays left field and bats fifth for Dean Traynor this evening. Here's the 0-1. Off speed is hit hard on the air to the right side. Coming to his left is Peterson. Makes the grab jogging towards the foul line, and there's the first out of the inning. Lewis caught that one a bit off the end of the bat. Peterson just had to trot towards the chalk for the put out in right field of the first out of the inning. So now it's Parker Goff, the catcher batting sixth from BYU, and one of the many All-Stars to represent San Luis Obispo down at the Academy on Wednesday. Actually recorded a hit for the CCL North and came around to score one of the 2 runs that the North put up against the South in their 7-2 loss. First pitch swinging on that fastball inside is Goff for strike one. Goff had the day off yesterday. It was Owen Esterbrook throwing down the signs. But before that, he played against the Legends the game before the All-Star break. Went 2 for 4 there, 2 doubles, 2 runs scored, an RBI. And a strikeout looking for Parker Goff. He's had a pretty great year for the Blues, following up a electrifying season out in Utah playing for the Cougars as the 1-1 skips at the feet of the catcher Simo. 2 balls and 1 strike. So Goff this year for the Blues in his All-Star season just batting a few ticks under 300 at .294. 15 hits in his 51 at-bats, 6 doubles, and 1 triple for Parker. 2-1 is fouled straight back in the netting behind home plate. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Goff taking his time getting back into the right-handed batter's box. Infield playing deep on the Utah catcher. 2-2. Off speed, hit off his hands and hit right back into the netting behind home again. We'll do it again at 2-2. And look at this. These ball boys are putting on an absolute show, retrieving the foul balls from Parker Goff. For the Foresters and for the Blues, those kids are going all out retrieving those baseballs. You just love to see that. 2-2, he checks his swing. It rolls on the infield grass and in for a base hit. Bizarre single from Parker Goff, who stopped his bat in the middle of his swing. It was enough to nestle in front of the third baseman, Pete Patterson. It was a hot shot, 24 miles an hour. Watch your lips. So 1 out base runner for San Luis Obispo off the missile single from Parker Goff. That's the second hit of the day for the Blues, and now it's Brendan Comerford starting at second base for the second game in a row against Santa Barbara. Majority of his action with the Blues has been at the DH position, at third and at first. Starting to get some more reps in the middle infield where he feels more comfortable. Primarily listed as a middle infielder, hasn't seen many reps there this summer. He finally does with 6 games left in the season. And he's down 0-1 to Mason Cook, who's working with a runner on first. Here's a slider that barely misses outside to him. 1 ball and 1 strike. Comerford yesterday, a double in the third and a single in the 9th inning. He came around to score off the bat of E.J. Royal. Short lead at first base as the 1-1 is high and tight for ball 2. Comerford had some difficulties picking up the baseball yesterday at Eddie Matthews. He accompanied his double and a single with 3 strikeouts. 2-1. Swung on and missed for strike 2. Brendan on the season Has 22 strikeouts to his 10 walks. Running out of time to correct that ratio. The go-ahead runner is at first base in Parker Goff. He swings and misses for strike 3. Brendan Comerford chases after the fastball at his eyes, and there's the second out of the inning.
Stepping in now for the Blues, the shortstop, number 4.
2 gone for the Blues after the third strikeout of the day from Mason Cook. A runner on first off the Parker Goff infield base hit. And it's the shortstop, Sam Ardois. Batting just south of 200 this season with San Luis Obispo. 10 hits in his 52 at-bats, making his 18th start for the Blues. First pitch is a fastball that misses high. Identical pitch to what Comerford got for strike 3. This time Ardois leaves that one 1-0 to the Lake Charles, Louisiana native. Committed to ULL to play for the Raging Cajuns earlier this summer after spending his first season of college baseball at Texas. As that fastball misses up and away, 2 balls and no strikes. Returning to the deep south in Louisiana on a campus that is just over an hour away from home. 2-0. Slide step from Cook, and this one softly hit into right field. Kennedy racing, lunging, can't make the grab. Getting held up at third is Parker Goff. Sam Ardois is in at second base. Extra bases for Sammy. That's his 5th of the year. Now 2 runners in scoring position for the Blues. So now it's Gavin Constantine, the third baseman for San Luis Obispo, looking to strike first in the home half of the second. 2, don't want to say fluky hits here in this inning, but 2 peculiar knocks for the Blues. A 24-mile-an-hour single and a bloop double down the right field line that the second baseman Kennedy ranged after. He did all that he could, putting his 6'2", 60 speed to the limits. Ball just missing his diving attempt. That gave time for Ardois to get to second base. 0-1 is dribbled up the middle. The shortstop Poppy's got it. A few shuffles, throws over to first in time, and the side is retired. No runs on 2 hits, no errors, and 2 runners left on base. Still scoreless heading into the third inning. I'm Nate Mills on the Slow Blues Streaming Network. Third inning is brought to you by Studio Design Group Architects. You can find them at sdgarchitects.com. Studio Design Group Architects. For 40 years, they've designed buildings with one thing in mind: people. Still a scoreless ball game after the Blues picked up a couple of hits in the second inning. They're stranded 2 runners in scoring position after the ground ball from Gavin Constantine to the shortstop Pompey. Still 0-0 starting off the third inning. Thomas Harper back out there to deal with these Foresters. It's D. Kennedy, Caden Peterson, and Jonah Sebring due up as he gets the wave over the off speed for strike 2. 1-2 to the second baseman batting ninth. Displayed his nice speed at second base after the bloop double from Sam Ardois as the 1-2 comes home and it skips off the shin guard of the catcher Goff. 2 balls and 2 strikes. There's really nothing that Kennedy could have done there. I mean, 6'2", 60-yard dash. Plenty of range out there and right. But just out of the reach of his glove. Allowed extra bases to Ardois. Now he digs up in the 2-2 count against Thomas Harper. That one misses inside. He moves his arms out of the way. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Kennedy this season took a bit of a hiatus with the Foresters after he was deciding where he should commit this upcoming season as he pops this one over the press box right over us. 3 balls and 2 strikes once again. Played for the Longhorns last year down at Texas as a Fort Worth native. Started in 40 games with a .209 batting average. 4 home runs, 5 doubles, and a triple. Enter the transfer portal, and now we'll head to Manhattan, Kansas to play for the Kansas State Wildcats. But before that, it's the payoff pitch against Harper. Swings and weakly fouls this one right back in the net behind home plate. The ball boys with a full head of steam. Blues take that one. The game within the game. Electric. Harper on the quest for out number 1. And another payoff pitch to D. Kennedy. That one misses up at his eyes, and there's another leadoff walk from Harper. Second inning in a row where Santa Barbara has led off with a walk, and we'll flip it over to the top of the lineup in Caden Peterson, right fielder, who flew out to left the first time he was up. Peterson enters this game with his .353 average, 24 hits, and his 68 at-bats, making his 22nd start for the Foresters in their 30th game of the season. As the first pitch is a fastball in there for a strike. Blues playing their 28th conference game, their 38th overall game. A lot of non-CCL matchups included in there. 10, to be precise. Short lead at first for D. Kennedy as the throw back to Tollerman is not in time. Peterson, a Tiger from the University of Pacific. Oh, 1, he checks a swing on the slider in there for strike 2. Nice pitch from Thomas Harper. That started in the middle of the zone, broke into the lower corner. Just enough movement to nestle into the zone. 0-2 to Peterson. Fastball just inside to Caden. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Outfield playing deep on Peterson, who has 5 extra base hits this season. All 5 of them are doubles. Middle infield at double play depth with no one out. And the speedster Kennedy at first. They pick over there. Tollerman with a nice pick to prevent that from rolling in front of the Blues bullpen. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 1-2 is softly squibbed to the pitcher Harper. Across his body, he goes over to first for the first out of the inning. D. Kennedy advances into scoring position after the ground ball back to Thomas Harper. So some wheels in scoring position now for Santa Barbara, and arguably one of their best hitters on the team, Jonah Sebring, stepping up. Sebring brings his .325 average into this game. He struck out swinging on 3 pitches in the first inning against Harper. First pitch, he waves at that fastball for strike one. And what seemed to work for Harper in that first AB was that slider. Sebring wanted all of it. He put a big hack on it, came up empty all 3 times in that at-bat. Oh, 1. Here's a slider on the outside corner for strike 2. Harper been getting that call in the outer half with that slider. He'll just continue to pound it until the Foresters can go that way. They certainly have the ability to do so, especially a guy like Sebring. 0-2, fastball on the outside edge, and that one doesn't hit it this time. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Bit ironic that the zone expands on the outer half to right-handed hitters in less than 2 strikes, and now when there are 2 strikes, it shrinks. 1-2. Fastball skips in the dirt. Goff falls to one knee and keeps it in front. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The All-Orange Empire Conference first-team honoree in his time as a JUCO Bandit at Golden West. On the 2-2. Swings and hits this one hard to center field. Royal racing back towards the wall. And did he make the catch? He did not make the catch. Rounding third and getting the stop sign is D. Kennedy. After what might have been the most spectacular grab of the year, had Royal come up with that one. So a double off the bat of Jonas Sebring. That's his 6th of this summer. And Kennedy got the frantic stop sign at third base. So now there's 2 runners in scoring position for the Sturs, and it's Will Rogers who flew out to center last time he was up. I mean, what an acrobatic lunge from E.J. Royal, just springing, completely levitating off the ground, going after that fly ball. I think he overshot it just a tad as he bobbled it off his wrist. Will Rogers with a defensive check swing fouls that one in front of the Blues dugout. No balls and 1 strike. So first extra base hit of the day for Santa Barbara. Comes off the bat of Sebring. Now it's Rogers who has 4 of them this summer. A homer, a triple, and 2 doubles. 0-1 is skied in the air on the right side. Ranging towards the line is Hicksonbaugh, and it will be out of play. Strike 2 to Will Rogers. Scoreless game in the top half of the 3rd inning. 2 runners on for the Foresters. And Will Rogers is up, who has 11 runs batted in this season. Last year at Michigan, he had 27 in 40 hits for the Wolverines. Corners in with 1 out, 2 runners in scoring position. Harper takes his time, coming set. He fidgets in his black glove. Now the 0-2 comes home. A slider that skips in the dirt. Goff keeps it in front. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Looming on deck, it's Jack Holman, the DH. Batting cleanup for the Foresters. Coming off a 3-for-4 day yesterday against the Blues. 1-2 is fouled straight back in the net behind home plate. We'll do it again at 1 ball and 2 strikes. The 2-way player from Shoreview, Minnesota, staying alive with 2 strikes with his Midwest native counterpart. Thomas Harper's from Wisconsin. 1-2. Sends this in the air on the right side. That will land on the Blues bullpen once again. Once more, 1 ball and 2 strikes to Rogers. And it's at bats like these that the Blues coaching staff cringe at as it raises the pitch count for their starter and Thomas Harper. As I said, you could barely count on one hand how many relief pitchers Dean Traynor has left in the bullpen, That's a good backhanded stop from Parker Goff. Keeps that one from hitting the backstop. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Rogers. At the Blues' disposal today, it's Jack Sand, Bradley Waite, and Sean Cannon, the last 2 newcomers to the Blues. 2-2, softly hit up and out of play on the right side, out of the stadium. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Harper from the stretch in a battle against Will Rogers. Not going down without a fight, wanting to strike first for his Sturs. 2-2 is hit right back up the middle. Harper's got it. He looks at home, loops it over to first. Sebring was taken off towards third. Tallman thought about the back door, but they just get 1 out at first base on the ground ball from Will Rogers. Second ground ball back to the pitcher this inning, and there's 2 gone in the third for Jack Holman. He walked back in the second and was stranded at third base. Tall order for Thomas Harper against Jack Holman, who's batting .368 this summer. 22 runs batted in. He has 28 hits in his 76 at-bats. One of the deadlier hitters in this Foresters lineup. Has the resume to bring across these 2 runs. As the first pitch misses low, 1 ball, no strikes. 2 home runs, 7 doubles, and a triple for Holman this season. But all you really need to know is that he's feeling good right now. A 3-for-4 day yesterday. RBI single, a double, and just another single, because why not? Here's pitch number 55 from Harper. It's a fastball that misses low. Holman was taking all the way. 2 balls and no strikes. 2 2/3 innings of work, and Harper has thrown 55 pitches. Looks like Dean Traynor will intentionally walk Holman with first base open. So they'll throw to TJ Pompey now, the shortstop, who also walked back in the second inning. So in the 2-0 count to Jack Holman, Dean Traynor did not want to mess around and find out. He'll load the bases instead for Pompey, who has driven in 13 this season. Carrying his .273 average, 2 home runs and 4 doubles. First pitch to him is a fastball that misses low, 1 ball, no strikes. The slugging this summer is not indicative of what we know he can do in 190 at-bats in Big 12 baseball as a Red Raider at Texas Tech, as he swings and misses at that fastball for strike 1. How about a .516 slugging? 10 home runs, 11 doubles, and 2 triples. Brought across 49 runs in his 53 hits with the Red Raiders in his first season. 1-1 is swung on and missed. There's a slider from Harper, and now up in the count is Thomas against TJ Pompey. The slugger for Santa Barbara in a 1-2 count. Bases juiced. Swung on and hit into center field. It falls for a base hit. D. Kennedy comes in to score. Here's another throw from Royal, and it's not in time to get Sebring. 2-0 Foresters off the RBI single from TJ Pompey. RBI number 14 and 15 on the year. 2-0 Santa Barbara. And just a real nice swing from TJ Pompey with 2 strikes. Loud contact off the bat. Hit low enough to where the center fielder Royal had no chance of catching that one. It was smoked off the barrel. Nothing any defender could do for San Luis Obispo. And it's enough to bring across 2 runs. So now runners on first and second for the Sturs. And it's Johnny Rodriguez who singled back in the second inning. First pitch to him is a slider that misses inside. 1 ball, no strikes to Rodriguez. (1-0). Rodriguez leaves that fastball up and outside. 2 balls and no strikes. Johnny is from Fullerton, California, is entering his sophomore season with the Dirtbags at Long Beach State. Played at Servite High School with former Blue Trevor Schmidt. Here's the 2-0. Fastball hit hard on the ground right side, but it's foul. 2 balls and 1 strike. Rodriguez with his signature deep sigh, staring into his black barrel and digging into the lefty batter's box. Runner in scoring position. TJ Pompey behind Holman at first. 2-1. Fastball, broken bat. Ardois got it, and the side is retired. But the Foresters strike first. 2 runs on 2 hits, no errors, and 2 runners left on base. It's 2-0 Santa Barbara heading into the home half of the third. I'm Nate Mills on the Slow Blues Streaming Network. Bottom of the third inning here at Sinsheimer Stadium, a 2-0 lead for the Foresters after a 2-run inning. A RBI single from TJ Pompey that brought home Jonas Sebring and D. Kennedy. So the Foresters strike first, and now it's the Blues' turn to have an answer. They have their 1-2-3 hitters due up to face Mason Cook for the 3rd time this afternoon. The first pitch to E.J. Royal is taken for strike 1. EJ with a valiant effort in center field, lunging for a ball in the right center gap as he waves over that slider for strike 2. For a second, I thought he came up with the grab, but it looks like he overshot it as the ball landed in the middle of his forearm. Bobbled against his body and just couldn't come up with it. Here's the 0-2. Fastball, weakly hit the other way, and it falls for a base hit. Leadoff knock for Royal, and that gets things going in the home half of the third. Fourth of the day for San Luis Obispo. And now it's Jake Hicksonbaugh, the right fielder, for the 2nd time today. And that's just a classic E.J. Royal single, isn't it? Weakly hit the opposite way. He gets on. He's got enough wheels to have some fun on the base paths as Hicksonbaugh shows bunt and fouls it onto the foul grass for strike 1. Good jump from E.J. Royal. Getting the rep in no matter what. Royal jogs back towards first, strapping on his oven mitt on his left hand. As the third baseman Patterson now creeps in on Hicksonbaugh after showing bunt on the first offering. Now the 0-1 is hit off the hands straight back into the net. No balls and 2 strikes. And for Royal, that was his 45th hit of the summer. Team leader. Middle infield at double play depth. with Jake Hicksonbaugh on the 0-2 count. Cook size, now slide steps home. Hicksonbaugh swings and hits this one to the shallow center. That falls for a base hit. Royal around second and stays there with the single from Jake Hicksonbaugh. Back-to-back hits for the Blues. Nice and simple swing for Jake as he nestled that one in front of Sebring, who came up firing with the throw to third, and Patterson. And some nice timely hitting for the Blues coming through in the clutch, and back-to-back 0-2 counts. Royal and Hicksonbaugh both found themselves with 2 strikes, and they pieced together some nice at-bats. You get 2 hits in a row for the Blues, and now the go-ahead runner up to bat in Zach Tollerman, the first baseman who singled himself back in the first. That was the first hit of the game for the Blues. That's something the Blues have done a good job at all season, is hitting with 2 strikes. And that continues in this ball game and the bottom half of the third. As up now in the count is ZT, the first baseman, 2 balls and no strikes. Simo talks to Cook on the mound. Quick visit between the Santa Barbara battery as the shadows from the pine trees over the Blues bullpen begin to creep their fingers onto the mound. And it does look like there is a pitcher warming up in the Blues bullpen. It's Jack Sand. Cooper Witten awaits on deck as Mason Cook rocks and comes set. Peaks at second base, now comes home. 2-0 to Tollerman is an off-speed pitch taken for a strike. And I've talked about this before, but there is no count where you can completely exclude a pitch from your mind. In a 2-0, it used to go, oh, well, he's just pretty much almost a free heater. Tollerman got a slider there, in for a strike. 2-1, here's a fastball, misses low and outside. Simu stops at 3 balls and 1 strike. Hitters count to ZT. Runners on first and second. The Blues trail by 2 to Santa Barbara. 3-1. Tollerman dribbles this one on the left side. Pompey's got it, flips over to second for 1. On to first is in time. A twin killing off the barrel of Zach Tollerman. E.J. Royal advances to third, but there's now 2 gone in the third. 6-4-3 double play. And now the tying run up to plate in Cooper Witten. Tough blow for San Luis Obispo. After back-to-back hits, there's only 1 base runner with 2 gone. Witten, the DH, struck out looking the last time he was up in the first inning. He stranded Tollerman at first base. First pitch to Cooper is fouled straight back to the net. No balls and 1 strike. Witten has driven in 6 runs this summer. Looking for number 7 as he's trying to get his Blues on the board, trailing by 2 to Santa Barbara. Deep sigh from Cook. Comes home. Witten hits this on the ground left side. The third baseman Patterson's got it. Here's a few shuffles and the throw over. Good dig from Rodriguez at first. And the side is retired. The Blues come up empty off 2 hits, no errors, and a runner left on base. We'll head into the 4th inning and we say, hey man, to Ryan Giacomini. I'm Nate Mills on the Slow Blues Streaming Network. Fourth inning is brought to you by Richardson. They're the official headwear provider of the California Collegiate League. Go to richardsonsports.com to view the latest baseball performance and lifestyle headwear. Richardson, quality in every stitch. 2-0 lead for the Santa Barbara Foresters as we're in the middle third of this ball game at Sinsheimer Stadium. And Ryan Giacomini joins me in the broadcast booth. Ryan, what are you seeing out of Thomas Harper? He's been able to keep this Foresters offense down relatively. We know the amount of runs they can put up, but 2 is certainly feasible for the Blues to come back from.
It's the leadoff walks that have been the issue. A walk in the second, and he got out of the jam. That one came right over our head at the press box. But then in the third leadoff walk, and he was not able to get out of it unscathed. And the Foresters were able to tack on 2 runs.
Just some nice hitting from Santa Barbara as well. Just have to tip your cap sometimes, and Pompey smoked a 2-strike, 2 RBI single at 101 as this one's flared into right field, and Hixenbach can't get there. It shoots past his glove off a tough hop, and in at second base is Daniel Patterson. Leadoff double for the third baseman off a tough kick out in the outfield grass to the right fielder, Hixenbaugh.
Now the third straight leadoff base runner for the Sturs. They left them loaded in the second, scored 2 in the third. We'll see what they can do here in the fourth. Second extra base hit of the game for the Sturs.
Some more scoring position for Santa Barbara, or some more cushion with a runner in scoring position for Santa Barbara as Andrew Simo steps up. Last time he was up, he flew out to Royal and center, who launched a frozen rope at home to retire Jack Holman, tagging up from third. And the first pitch to Simo is taken for strike 1. Runner on second, 2-0 lead for the Sturs. Hit on the ground right side, it's through for the 4-hole and a base hit. Getting the windmill around third is Patterson. Here comes the throw home. The tag is not in time. Foresters increase their lead 3-0 over the Blues. Back-to-back hits for Santa Barbara. This one an RBI single off the catcher batting 8th.
And you just see how crucial it is to get the first batter out. When you are giving up leadoff base hits, leadoff walks, becomes increasingly more difficult to get out of an inning unscathed, especially when you're giving up free 90s and extra bases, which is what Thomas Harper has been doing.
And I think what's been extra frustrating for Harper as well is that these balls off the bats of the Foresters aren't launched, as this one's bunted down the first base line. Harper flips it to first, and that is in time for the first out of the inning. So a sac bunt from D. Kennedy advances Andrew Simo into second base.
Well executed sacrifice bunt from the speedster. And now puts a runner in scoring position with 1 out for the top of the order for a Sturs team that today is 2 for 5 with runners in scoring position.
That'll play. First pitch to the leadoff man, Caden Peterson, misses low and outside for ball 1. Peterson's 0 for 2 on the day, a fly out to left, and a ground ball back to Harper in the third inning. Sean Cannon now getting loose in the Blues bullpen as the 1-0 is in there for a strike. We saw Jack Sand, the southpaw from University of Washington, getting loose for a second. It's now the St. Mary's Gale commit. Here's the 1-0-1 from Harper as he kicks and fires. There's a slider to the outside corner for strike 2. 1-2 from Thomas Harper. Now he just wants to put away Peterson for the second out of the inning.
That slider has been Harper's go-to pitch today. Throwing pitch number 75 right here.
1-2, fastball just on the inside of the zone. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And the home plate umpire this evening is not liking those pitches close to right-handed hitters. Double take at second base. Now the 2-2 comes home. Spoiled down the right field line, foul. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Once again to the leadoff man, Peterson.
Peterson doesn't have a hit today, but he's been one of the issues for Harper up there with the pitch count. Been working really good at bats, and even though he's not getting on base, getting that pitch count up, 8-9 pitches almost every time he's there.
2-2. Fastball that misses high, 3 balls and 2 strikes. And that's the strategy if you're Bill Pintard and the Foresters, trying to see as many pitches as possible from the Blues starter because you want Dean Traynor to go into his bullpen because you know there's not many weapons there. Payoff pitch. Fastball skips in the dirt. Taking off towards third is Simo. And there's a walk to Caden Peterson. First time he's aboard today. Fourth walk of the afternoon for Thomas Harper. Only has 1 strikeout to go with it. And now it's Jonas Sebring who doubled in the 3rd inning. Runners at first and third for Santa Barbara after Andrew Simo took off towards third base on ball 4 to Peterson. Middle infield plays deep, anticipating a ground ball, wanting to flip a double play and get out of this jam. There's strike 1 to the center fielder who's 1 for 2 today.
And the bats for the Blues have proved that they can get hits. They just need to string a few of them together. They're 0 for 2 with runners in or 0 for 3 with runners in scoring position today.
Pick back towards first, and Tollerman almost lost control of it. In a rundown now is Peterson, and he will get tagged out. Simu holds up at third, and there's the second out of the inning. A nice break for the Blues as they caught Peterson in no man's land.
A very nice break. A really good job from the catcher, Parker Goff. May go unnoticed there, but as soon as he saw out of the corner of his eye that the runner at first and Peterson took that extra secondary step early, put the glove to the ground, and Harper did a good job to recognize it, step over, and throw over to Tollerman.
So now 2 gone with a runner at third, and the 0-1 that skips in front of home plate. Goff slides to keep it in the area. Simo holds up, 1 ball and 1 strike. Jonas Sebring on the 1-1 count. 4th run of the game, 90 feet away for the UCSB Gaucho, as that slider's in there for a strike. And we're seeing that pitch on the outer half, the off speed from Harper, get called in less than 2 strikes, but when it is 2 strikes, it's not getting called.
Yeah, tighten up the zone a little bit, make him work a little harder for strike 3, kind of opposite of what you might see sometimes.
1-2. Fastball swung on and missed for strike 3. Dropped third, but Goff gets the throw to Tollerman. He drops to a knee, and the side is retired. But the Foresters get a run on 2 hits. No errors. They leave a runner on base. It's 3-0 Santa Barbara heading to the home half of the 4th. For Ryan Giacomini, I'm Nate Mills on the Slow Blues Streaming Network. Jariah Lewis, Parker Goff, and Brendan Comerford due up in the bottom half of the fourth inning. The Blues trail the Santa Barbara Foresters 3-0 at Sinsheimer Stadium for some CCL play. First pitch to Lewis is in there for a strike, a slider hitting the lower half of the zone. Blues trying to string together a couple of hits. They did so back in the third, but that was disrupted by the Zach Tollerman 6-4-3 double play, as swinging and missing through that fastball for strike two is Lewis. Blues have also yet to record a walk. 0-2 to Lewis. Slider that skips in the dirt. Simo blocks it. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
And that's something I feel like we've been seeing more as of late. The Blues just not walking quite as much, but an 11.4% walk rate for the team is really not that bad. It's a little low. Usually at the professional level, at least you'll see around 13 to 14% is pretty average.
1-2. And Lewis leaves that fastball low. The catcher, Simo, thought it was in there. He was ready to throw it over to his third baseman, Patterson. But Lewis digs back in, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And according to our technology, Jariah might have got a call there.
Off speed, misses outside. The count is now full to the left-handed hitting outfielder from San Jose State, who will be roommates with Zach Tollerman after he committed to play for the Spartans this summer. Payoff. Swung on and spoiled up and by the beer stand at Sinsheimer. We'll do it again at 3 balls and 2 strikes.
And I haven't talked to Tollerman about this, but he recently committed to San Jose State, and I have a feeling Jariah might be one of the big reasons why. You see them just interact. They look like they're really close, and they have a good time when they're around each other.
3-2, misses outside, and there's a leadoff walk for the Blues. So the reverse broadcaster's curse as San Luis Obispo collects their first base on balls this evening in the bottom of the fourth inning.
And their second straight inning with a leadoff base runner in the third. Back-to-back base hits to lead off the inning, but then 2 groundouts, including a double play. And the Blues were unable to get into this lead that the Foresters have, but they'll look to do that here. Jariah, a threat to steal on the bags. He's probably the fastest guy on the team. When he gets on, he's almost bound to steal second.
Absolutely just glides on the base paths. And I'm not saying that like he's coasting or not trying, but he's levitating as he rounds the bases. First pitch swing is Parker Goff for strike 1.
The lineup today in general, very speedy. You have 3 guys with more than 10 stolen bases. Jariah has 11, Hicksonball with 17, and EJ with 14. Large
lead for Lewis at first base as Cook kicks and fires on the 0-1. Lewis takes off towards second base. Here's the head first slide. The throw is not in time. Another stolen bag for Jariah Lewis, and right on cue, a runner in scoring position for the Blues, the fastest guy on the team. Didn't get the best of jumps. It took time for Simo to transition the ball from his mitt into his hands, and Lewis was in there with the head first slide. Lewis now takes off towards third. Here comes the throw down. Feet first slide. The throw is offline. 2 stolen bases for Jariah.
There you go. Just like we were talking about, he's almost bound to just steal second, and sometimes we'll see him even go all the way to third base. I mean, that's 180 feet in 2 pitches, and the same guy's still standing in the batter's box.
For Jariah, that's stolen base number 12 and 13 on the year, creeping up towards Hicksonbaugh's team-leading 17. 2-1 to Goff. Fastball misses low, almost shoots between the legs of Simo. 3 balls and 1 strike.
And that's something I was talking to about really early on in the season, right when Jariah Lewis got here. I said, Hicksonbaugh currently leads the team in steals. I think it was 11 at the time. He said, oh, no problem.
He's past the 11 mark now as Goff goes the other way and lines this one in front of the opening of the Blues bullpen. 3 balls and 2 strikes to the BYU catcher.
And I wonder if maybe it hasn't been discussed between the two of them, but in their mind they have that competition going on. We'll see if maybe the next time Hicksonball comes up, if he tries to steal to make sure that Jari can't catch him.
Hard to imagine there's not a competition going on.
Oh, yeah.
Payoff. Goff swings and misses for strike 3. There's the 4th K of the day for Mason Cook, and 1 gone in the 4th inning. Now it's Brandon Comerford, the second baseman, who struck out swinging himself in the 2nd inning. Brendan with 14 runs batted in this season, trying to collect number 15 as the Blues are still looking for their first run of the game. First pitch to him is fouled weakly back to the screen. No balls and 1 strike. Sam Ardois waits on deck. He floated a double back in the 2nd. 0-1 to Comerford as a fastball that's in there for strike 2. Falling quickly in the count is Brendan Comerford. No balls and 2 strikes from Mason Cook. Runner at third, Blues trail 3-0 over the Foresters. Here's the 0-2. This one's weakly popped up and over the Blues bullpen on the right side. We'll do it again at no balls and 2 strikes. Comerford with a tough day yesterday with his 3 strikeouts. Managed to scratch across a double and a single. Trying to do that here after striking out his first AB. 0-2 is a fastball up. He checked his swing. They appealed to first. He didn't go around. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Completely immersed in darkness is Mason Cook as he sighs and comes home on the 1-2. This one tagged into left center field. Converging is Sebring, and he won't get there. Jariah Lewis can moonwalk home off the RBI double from Brendan Comerford, and the Blues are finally on the board.
Brendan Comerford comes up big. Double yesterday and a double today brings across a run, and the first run for the Blues. We'll see if that can continue to give the Blues some momentum here in the middle part of this ball game and can keep chipping at that Foresters lead.
The Blues finally have a response for Santa Barbara. It's a 2-run lead for the Foresters. And now Sam Ardois looks to keep this rally alive with 1 gone in the 4th inning. Ardois doubled himself back in the 2nd. D. Kennedy, the second baseman, playing well off the bag as Poppy creeps up, trying to hold on Comerford as the first pitch from Cook is taken for a strike. That is Comerford's 10th double of the year. Team leader, first one to reach double digits in doubles. Oh, 0-1. Slider missing way outside to the shortstop Ardois. 1 ball and 1 strike. Sun beginning to set here in San Luis Obispo. As time is called at home plate, the catcher, Simo, wants to have a chat with Cook. Golden hour at Sinsheimer. Quick meeting between the battery and Simo and Cook. And Sam Ardois steps back in with a runner in scoring position, swinging the new lumber today. New Victus bat with the tan handle and the black barrel. Showing it off in batting practice today as the 1-1 comes home, and he leaves that slider low and outside, 2 balls and 1 strike. Sounded real nice in that batting practice bubble. Glistening in the sun, the fresh, glossy look of a new wooden bat. Nothing like it. 1 peek at second, now 2. 3 times, no one holding on Comerford. And Ardois swings and misses at that fastball at his eyes. 2 balls and 2 strikes. On deck, it's Gavin Constantine, who broke a bat yesterday in Santa Barbara. 2-2. Fastball going the other way, falling fast in right field. It does for a base hit. Advancing another 90 feet is Brendan Comerford. There's the second hit of the day from Sam Ardois.
Really good two-strike approach from Ardois. Just took that inside fastball and made sure he left the barrel in the zone long enough to poke it into right field. Inside out there from Ardois, who's now halfway to the cycle.
Don't look now.
Don't look now.
Two for 2 day for the Raging Cajun. A double in the second and a single here in the fourth. And runners at the corners for the Blues and Gavin Constantine up. First pitch misses high, 1 ball, no strikes.
And you were just talking about Ardois' bat, and then you mentioned that Constantine broke his yesterday. But when you said it at first, I was looking around. I was like, Constantine has a new bat too, because he used to have that baby blue one. So maybe they went over to the bat store together.
Well, Constantine talked about going to Dick's today to try to get a new bat, but their systems were down. You know about the Microsoft shutdown? I ran into some troubles yesterday in the broadcast. Hopefully it went unnoticed, but all of my notes, I couldn't access any of my notes. Just winging it. Sorry about it. 2-0 to Constantine. Fastball misses low and outside. 3 straight to the third baseman batting ninth.
Constantine should have a really patient approach right here. Up 3-0. You have the leadoff batter on deck in E.J. Royal. If you can get on and let E.J. hit with runners in scoring position.
3-0 is in there for a strike, scraping the bottom half of the strike zone. 3-1 to Gavin.
Especially with how much Gavin has been struggling up there with the bat, a walk could really help boost his confidence.
Here's the 3-1. That one misses inside, and the bases are loaded off the walk to the 9-hole hitter, and it's E.J. Royal who nestled a single in the third inning.
We'll see what the Blues can do. They're 2 for 5 now in today's ball game with runners in scoring position, and EJ's exactly the guy you want up there. Team leading 29 RBIs, and the bases are juiced for EJ.
We'll see if Bill Pintard can keep this meeting within the 21st century as the leadoff hitter E.J. Royal is due up and the team leader in base hits, as it looks like Mason Cook's day will come to an end and a left-hander trots into the field from the Santa Barbara bullpen. We'll introduce you to the new Southpaw on the Slow Blues streaming network. Stay with us. The Blues with the bases loaded, 1 gone, trailing by 2 to the Foresters. For Ryan Giacomini, I'm Nate Mills on the Slow Blues streaming network. New pitcher for the Santa Barbara Foresters. It's the big, tall left-hander from the University of Oklahoma, Ty Zarodnik. Mason Cook's day is done after 3 1/3. He allowed 7 hits, runs still TBD, as 3 of them are out on the base paths, 2 walks to his 4 strikeouts. So it's leadoff man E.J. Royal facing the new pitcher Zarodnik, who has a 2.91 earned run average this summer for the Foresters. He's making his 11th appearance today at Sinsheimer in 12 1/3 innings pitched, 11 strikeouts and just 3 walks. Hasn't pitched more than 3 innings this season for the Sturs, as the first pitch to Royal is a wicked-looking two-seam in the zone for strike 1. Oh, 0-1 from Zarodnik as he kicks and fires. Another fastball. Royal waves at that one for strike 2. And already from the 6'7", 245-pound rising sophomore, tons of movement on that fastball.
It's like the same exact build as a D-end.
Royal pounds this one on the ground, right side. Kennedy's got it. He goes to second for 1. In time. On to first is not in time. Comerford comes in to score. Fielder's choice from A.J. Royal. It's a 3-2 ball game.
Not the most productive way to get a run across, but Blues will definitely take it. EJ just used the legs to beat it out and make sure they didn't turn 2. Blues get another run in this inning and still have a chance to get some more with Hicksonbaugh in there and Ardois at third.
So runners at the corners now for E.J. Royal, who capped that one towards the second baseman Kennedy. And because of his speed, he was able to leg out that double play. Keeps the inning alive, and now Jake Hicksonbaugh tries to start a 2-out rally in the 4th. Runners at the corners and the middle infield playing deep. First pitch is a slider that gets underneath the wickets of Simo, and Ardois comes in to score to tie the game. A pass ball underneath the catcher from USD makes it a 3-3 contest.
Then the Blues will take it however they can get it. I mean, a fielder's choice, an RBI fielder's choice, and then a passed ball nets the Blues 2 runs, and they tie this game up in the bottom of the 4th.
Certain type of branding of baseball, don't you think, Ryan?
Yeah, CCL.
There you go. Change up to Jake Hicksonbaugh, misses low, 2 balls and no strikes. Hicksonbaugh's 1 for 2 today, a single in the 3rd, a strikeout swinging in the 1st. Blues have tied this game up. A 3-run inning in the 4th. Two-seam missing low to the left-handed hitting Hicksonbaugh, 3 balls and no strikes. Left-on-left matchup with the right-handed Zach Tollerman due up on deck.
And you got somebody on deck who, one of the better contact hitters on this team, and then following him, one of the better power hitters on this team.
3-0 as Hicksonbaugh shows bunt, and he pulls it back on that slider that hits the outer half. 3 balls and 1 strike.
Strategy from Hicksonbaugh we haven't seen at all from him this season, but I think he just threw the bunt out there to maybe throw off the pitcher, knowing that he was never going to actually bunt it, and he was always pulling it back.
3-1 inside move. No one's home at second base. Royal retreats back safely. Runner in scoring position for San Luis Obispo. It's the leadoff man, Royal. He's the go-ahead run. 3-1. That one is taken for a strike, a 2-seam fastball sliding on the bottom half of the zone. Infield 3/4 of the way full of shadows. As the 3-2 comes home, and Hicksonbaugh hits this one off the hands, floating in front of the shortstop, Pompey, and he makes the grab for the final out of the inning. The Blues have an answer as they've tied this game up 3 apiece. 3 runs on 2 hits, no errors, and a runner left on base. 3-3 heading to the 5th. For Ryan Giacomini, I'm Nate Mills on the Slow Blues Streaming Network. New pitcher for the SLO Blues as Thomas Harper's day comes to a close. The Blues get 4 innings out of him, 5 hits, 3 runs, all of them earned, 4 walks to his 2 strikeouts. It's now Sean Cannon, the right-hander, committed to St. Mary's. And with a name like that, I have high hopes.
Me too.
Like, that is the best possible last name you could have as a pitcher, as Will Rogers taps this one right back in the netting for strike 1. We've seen some pretty spectacular baseball names this summer. First one that comes to mind besides Sean Cannon is a pitcher for the Santa Maria Indians, Bobby Bangs. 0-1 is spoiled over the Blues bullpen on the right side. No balls and 2 strikes. But that one isn't... He's a pitcher, though. If he was a hitter, that would be a different story. He would hit 600 at every level.
Yeah, because Bobby Bangs.
Yeah. 0-2 to Sean Cannon. The rising freshman facing the rising senior. 0-2 hits Rogers on the shoulder. Cannon, who had been working so well in this at-bat, loses it after the hit-by-pitch to Rogers. First time he's aboard this afternoon.
And the name, Bobby Bangs, as a commentator, that's like a commentator's dream.
Yeah.
Bobby bangs that one to left.
You're just like searching for alliterations.
Yeah.
Trying to create a great moment there.
Bobby Bangs blasts a double.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a new vocal exercise. Never got to see him, though.
Yeah, say that 5 times fast.
Yeah. So now a runner at first, Will Rogers. That's the go-ahead runner as Jack Holman waves over that changeup for strike 1. Holman today walked in the second and was intentionally walked in the third. Middle infield playing deep. Double play depth, trying to get a ground ball from Holman. After hitting Rogers with the fastball off the shoulder, as the pick to first almost gets away from Tollerman, he smothers it right in front of first base. Still 0-1.
Sean Cannon, incoming freshman, so no college stats on him. What's interesting is his max prep page from high school doesn't have any stats other than his appearances and the number of pitches he threw. So this last year he threw almost 800 pitches, but I couldn't tell you how he did.
Roped on the ground right side, but it's foul.
But it had to be pretty good to get a spot at St. Mary's. And I can tell you some fastball velos over the years. So in 2021, his fastball velocity was 82 miles an hour. So that was when he was 16 years old. Now it sits at 92%, which is in the top 1 percentile for graduating seniors this last year.
0-2 to Holman is hit off the hands back into the screen, no balls and 2 strikes. And that is a college recruiting coordinator's dream, seeing progress like that on a fastball velocity, because you know you can increase that velo that much more.
Yeah, I would like to conclude that Sean Cannon has a cannon.
There you go. Oh, 2 comes home, and Holman leaves that fastball outside, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Bullpen empty for the Blues as Jack Sand hangs out in the dugout. It appears he's having a staring contest with someone. Why not? 1-2, tapped right back into the catcher, Goff. He keels over behind the plate, 1-2. Holman checks in on him. Goff is standing up now, so he appears to be okay.
It wasn't all that hard hit. Goff just rubs some dirt on it and gets right back up.
So Goff recovers after the foul tip. And Holman stands back in there on the 1-2 count. Rogers still at first base. 3-3 game, top half of the 5th inning. Swinging and missing for strike 3 on that changeup from Cannon, and there's the first out of the inning.
Just blew the fastball right by him, and we knew he can do that. 92 on the PG profile.
Cannon comes in and retires one of the best hitters in this Foresters lineup. There's one gone in the fifth now for TJ Pompey, who's 1 for 1 today and a 2 RBI single back in the third. And walked in the second. First pitch to him is a changeup in there for a strike. Cannon loses his hat.
And a pretty good velo drop there, the changeup right there at 81. So we're seeing about a 10-mile-an-hour difference between the fastball and the changeup.
Short lead for Rogers at first base as the 0-1 comes home, and checking his swing is Pompey. I'm not even really sure what that was. It looked like the swing was about to come around. He brought across the rest of his body to stop his hands.
Yeah, it almost looked like he was doing some ballet.
One and one to Pompey. That one misses low. 2 balls and 1 strike. Ballet, are you watching?
Fun fact, 7th grade basketball, my coach used to be a ballerina. And so whenever we were in trouble, what we would do is we would do ballet.
But that's actually beneficial because there are many professional athletes
Oh, yeah.
who partake.
Well, I think that was the point. It was like to embarrass us, but also like some flexibility, some agility.
2-1 is swung on and missed for strike 2.
It was very, at the time, being, 12, 13, it was interesting. I don't really know what to think of a bunch of guys who had been just, they're dripping sweat from basketball practice for the last 2 hours, and we're sitting there twisting and turning with our feet together. I don't know.
What about it? You didn't have to wear the outfits or anything.
True. That was probably next.
2-2. Fastball. That one misses low. Goff keeps it in front. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
What was the weirdest thing like you ever did in practice?
Whew.
Like that your coach made you do?
We didn't do ballet.
Okay.
We had some pretty unique punishments. I'm thinking of high school football because I can't think of anything particular in my college baseball career. Payoff pitch is taken for strike 3. 2-seam fastball into the outside corner, and there's 2 gone in the fifth after back-to-back Ks from Cannon in his debut.
Good spot on the fastball right there. Just found the outside corner, and a good job by Goff to frame that and maybe get Cannon a little bit of a call there. The fire right by him.
Number 33,
So now it's Johnny Rodriguez, 1 for 2 today, the first baseman from Long Beach State. And in college baseball, they kind of just gas you. Like, it's just brutality. But I'm thinking of high school football. Not very on topic with baseball, but it's just kind of a funny punishment that we would have, as this one's crushed out to right field. Hicksonbaugh going back on it, and this one is gone. A 2-run mammoth shot down the right field line, and the Foresters have taken the lead 5-3.
And that was a no-doubter. I mean, Johnny Rodriguez just stood and watched that thing fly, and Hicksonbaugh did the same.
97 miles an hour off the bat of the Long Beach State dirtbag, going at 350 down the right field line.
And the wind actually not blowing out strong to left like we usually see today, which might have helped him lift that ball up and out of here. It is not easy to hit a ball out down the right field line because usually the wind is blowing from the right field foul pole to the left.
You don't see that too often, but Rodriguez supplies the power to give the Foresters the advantage, and now the Blues trail by 2 as the first pitch from Daniel Patterson is spoiled up and out of play. I'll get to it already. We did bear crawls.
Okay. That's not super odd.
Our defensive coordinator in high school football would always go to the bear crawls.
Okay.
Like a lot, the full field.
Yeah.
0-1, and there's a slider in there for strike 2.
So my single year of high school football, my head coach was also PE teacher, strength and conditioning coach. He just put us through the ringer 24/7.
0-2 from Sean Cannon. Fastball dribbled on the ground left side, and Ardois can't glove it at short. Comerford tried to recover as he caught it out of the air after ricocheting off the wrist of Ardois. The inning stays alive after the E6.
And Ardois, I think, made the right decision. He saw off the bat that he was either going to have to play it back and play an awkward hop or charge it and try to catch it before that hop. He tried to charge it, and it just knocked off the glove. It was going to be a tough play no matter what he decided to do.
Yeah, those big bounding ground balls on the infield grass are difficult to judge. He just came at it, wanted to charge with full head of steam and make the play. Unfortunately, caught a bad hop, and the inning stays alive. So there's strike one to Andrew Simo. 0-1 to the catcher, who is 1 for 2 today with an RBI single. 5-3 lead for the Foresters. Short lead off for Patterson at first base. 0-1 hits off the foot of Goff. Advancing towards second base is Patterson. And another runner in scoring position for the Sturs.
And talking to our man running point streak tonight, or track man, I should say, the fastball is coming in a little bit less than what he topped out at that PG event a few months ago, 90 miles an hour. But we're looking at 15 to 20 inches of vertical break and 15 inches of horizontal break on that fastball. So that thing is moving.
I've said it before, it doesn't always have to be the velo. It can be the vertical and that horizontal break that gets hitters to swing and miss. I know my time playing Division I baseball my freshman season, we had a guy on our team that would live in the low 80s at the Division I level. But because he came in at a submarine action and there was so much movement on the fastball, I don't think I recorded a hit off him. It's very frustrating. 2-1, and the pitch is just missing downstairs to Simo. 3 balls and 1 strike. Simo playing in his 3rd game for the Foresters. Only 4 at-bats, no hits yet. 3-1. Fastball almost hits him, and that's ball 4. So after recording back-to-back strikeouts, Sean Cannon has given up a home run, an error from Ardois, and now a walk to Andrew Simo.
You got to think, in that hit by pitch to Will Rogers, he was up 0-2 and plunked him. If he was able to get the strikeout there, record the out, Johnny Rodriguez doesn't have the opportunity to come to the plate. He definitely doesn't get to hit with a runner on base. Then you don't have the E6, followed by the stolen base and the walk. So that hit by pitch is coming back to haunt Sean Cannon in large ways here.
So now it's D. Kennedy, the second baseman, who is 0 for 1 today. A grounder back to the pitcher, Harper, and a walk in the 3rd where he came around to score on the Pompey 2 RBI single. First pitch almost hits him, moving his arms above his head. 1 ball, no strikes. Bullpen empty for the Blues. Not really sure what other avenues Dean Traynor could go to with 2 more games in the next 2 days for the Blues, as ball 2 is in there for D. Kennedy. So they have the Barons, Academy Barons, tomorrow at 4 p.m., then the Oaks on Sunday at 2. They have the day off on Monday, 2 games set between the Blues and the Legends, another off day, then they finish out the year a 2-game set against the Walnut Creek Crawdads. 2-0, there's a fastball in the other half, taken for a strike, 2-1 to D. Kennedy. Cannon rolls up his sleeves as he swims in that massive yellow jersey. Comerford shows daylight at second, but Cannon comes home. This one is touched out to left field. Trying to find it at the warning track is Lewis, and he makes the 2-handed grab for the 3rd out of the inning. Loud out from D. Kennedy, and the side is retired, but not before the 2-run home run from Johnny Rodriguez that puts the Foresters up 5-3. We head into the bottom half of the 5th inning, halfway home at Sinsheimer Stadium. I'm Nate Mills with Ryan Giacomini on the Slow Blue Streaming Network. Zach Tollerman leads things off for the Blues as they now trail by 2 runs to the Santa Barbara Foresters. A 2-run shot down the right field line, 350 feet off the barrel of Johnny Rodriguez, put the Sturs over the Blues earlier this inning. So it's now Tollerman, Witten, and Jariah Lewis. First pitch is taken outside from Zach Tollerman, 1 ball, no strikes. ZT today is 1 for 2, a single back in the first. That was the first hit of the day for San Luis Obispo, and grounded into a double play in the 3rd inning. 1-0, and Tollerman takes that 2-seam fastball in there for a strike.
Tollerman, not a guy with a ton of pop, but that average just above 330, looking to get on here and for the people who can provide some pop.
1-1. That fastball misses outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. I'd like for you and Zach to have a discussion at some point, because in his time at Cuesta, he had 18 home runs, 28 doubles, and 5 triples in 2 seasons.
All right, I take it back. We haven't seen it this summer.
No.
Really. Only a couple, I think 2 extra base hits, but I mean, a 631 career slugging.
That'll play. Tollerman rolls inside of that fastball that almost hit him. 3 balls and 1 strike to ZT.
That'll more than play, and that's what got him a spot at UC Riverside and now at San Jose State.
That one is in there for a strike, hitting the zone on the upper outside edge. 3-2 to Tollerman.
But I think the most impressive part of Tollerman's stat line this summer, 7 walks to 6 strikeouts in 71 plate appearances. He's seeing the ball really well.
Ratio you don't see that often as the payoff pitch is taken for strike 3. Tollerman matches his walk to strikeout ratio, and there's 1 gone in the 5th inning. Second strikeout of the day for Zarodnik, and now it's Cooper Witten with 1 gone in the 5th. Witten today is 0 for 2, a strikeout looking to in the first, and a ground ball to Patterson to in the 3rd. First pitch to him is an off speed that's taken on the outside corner for strike 1. Center fielder Sebring shifted towards the opposite way for Witten. As that 0-1 is a slider that misses inside to the right-handed batter. 1 ball and 1 strike. The left on right matchup. Left-handed pitcher Zarodnik coming out of the bullpen for Santa Barbara as a right-hander gets loose for the Sturs. 1-1 misses outside to Cooper. 2 balls and 1 strike to the UW Husky, who was greatly missed heading into the All-Star break, dealing with an illness, a non-COVID related illness. Nice to see him healthy and back on the diamond with the Blues as he chases that fastball at his eyes. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And Max Lane, who left the game yesterday with an injury, not in the lineup, but when those two are both in there, they provide some skill sets that other Blues players just can't with their lankiness and their glove and the power they can supply.
2-2 to Witten is an off speed that misses below the zone. 3 balls and 2 strikes. And Lane and Witten we've talked about before in Ryan and I's player evaluation. Very similar guy, I would say. Both are projectable with their lanky frames and their ability to punish the baseball for extra bases. Payoff pitch that misses outside, and a 1-out walk to Cooper Witten. He's on base for the first time today.
What I love about those two players as well is then they can also have at-bats like that where Witten gets behind, works it back, then gets on base, and now he can show us what he can do with the legs. And with Jariah up there, who's been hitting the ball exceptionally well as of late, 2 hits in yesterday's game, 2 extra base hits in yesterday's game. And even before the All-Star break, he was knocking the cover off of balls with an extra base hit on the 14th, 2 extra base hits, including a home run on the 13th. So he has a little streak going right now of extra base hit games.
Don't let Jariah Lewis get hot. He walked in the 4th inning Stole 2 bags on 2 pitches as Witten takes off towards second here. Thought about sliding and it stayed on his feet. Almost a scary moment there for Cooper Witten, who bolted towards second base. What a jump.
That's insane that he didn't have to slide and he still got in there safely.
You gotta be careful on those. You either slide or you don't. Trying to prevent injury in summer baseball as much as possible. First pitch to Lewis was taken for a ball as Witten just took off towards second base. And a runner in scoring position. And there's the inside move from Zarodnik. No one's covering second. 5-3 game. The Foresters lead the Blues. The tying run at the plate in Jariah Lewis. Lewis has homered this season and has the chance to tie the game with 1 swing.
And his homer was not any ordinary home run. Wind blowing out to left field, and he found a way to hit it high enough to get over the wind stream, but hard enough to get it out over the right center field wall.
Here's the 1-0, and Lewis spits on that one inside. 2 balls and no strikes. Hitters count to the left-handed left fielder from San Jose State.
Jariah would also take a walk. Witten and Jariah on base. Those are 2 really speedy guys with Parker Goff on deck, who had a hit on Wednesday in the showcase game.
2-0. That one just misses inside. 3 straight balls from Zarodnik. 3-0 to Jariah Lewis. Zarodnik with his closed hips showing the back of his jersey towards home. Comes to the plate, and that one's in there for a strike. Fastball that I thought was potentially going to hit Lewis is called for a strike.
A little change-up action there, maybe a sinker or something that just was able to drop back into the zone.
So the Sooner twirls the ball behind his back. Now comes set with Witten at second base. 3-1 count to Lewis as he rests his bat on his left shoulder. Witten takes off towards third. Here's the throw. It almost gets into the outfield, but Patterson does a nice job recovering it. He almost caught Witten sleeping as he faked the ball going out into left field. But there's a walk to Jariah Lewis. Some speedsters on the base paths, and the go-ahead run, and Parker Goff gets an at-bat here. Back-to-back walks, and there's runners at the corners. Meeting at the mound between Simo and Zarodnik, as Goff, one of the 3 All-Stars in tonight's lineup for the Blues, steps up for the 3rd time today. A single back in the 2nd, and a strikeout swinging in the 4th.
Let's take a quick look around the CCL while we have a second. Bottom of the 9th at the College of San Mateo, the Crawdads wiping the floor with the Legends, 14-5. And the bottom of the 6th, the Riptide and the Barons are tied up at 3 at the Youth Academy. In the bottom of the 5th, the Saints and the Oaks are battling it out, and the Saints are winning that battle 11-1. The top of the 5th in Sonoma is leading the Merchants 5-2. The Sunrays and Ventura County Pirates just getting underway about an hour ago. No score there yet.
And the most surprising is that Conejo Oaks trailing 11-1 against the Saints. The Saints could potentially end Conejo's 5-game win streak. So it looks like a pitching change. Zarodnik's day comes to a close. And before we introduce to you the new pitcher for Santa Barbara, as we welcome you back inside the broadcast booth. Oh, hello, it's been a while. I haven't seen, it hasn't been on us in quite a minute.
Yeah.
Did you miss our beautiful faces? I'm sure you did. And obviously you guys did, because we received a very special gift in pregame today from the Royal Party. A huge shout out to Randy and Tracy, who gave us a very nicely written card on this white bag here. We saw it, and I honestly had no idea what it could be. And if you are an avid follower of the Slow Blue Streaming Network and you pay attention to all of our games, or even if you caught this game just over or a little under a month ago, Ryan and I were talking about our favorite candies on the live stream. Ryan said that he likes the Scandinavian swimmers from Trader Joe's. I'm not a big candy guy myself, so I said, I think I like the dry mangoes with like the sugar on it. That is what we got. Can you see this?
Yeah.
Swimmers there, mango there.
I mean, they loaded us up with the goodies. I mean, swimmers, mango. I mean, there's more than just that, though. They got the tangy turtles.
No, they
from Trader Joe's
gave multiple flavors as well. The green, I haven't had this one. I'm very excited to try that. But a huge shout out to the Royal family for treating us to these goodies and watching our streams. So shout out to the Royal Party. We love calling games for everyone on the Slow Blue Streaming Network. And once again, just thank you for treating us to these mangoes. I'll probably eat these.
Maybe I might just rip them open right now.
Right now?
Yeah, I mean, with the pitching change, might as well, right?
Might as well just sit back and munch on some Trader Joe's snacks. Just another, Friday night for me. Nothing too weird here. As the new pitcher for the Santa Barbara Foresters comes in, it's a right-hander, Jake Fields. He's a dirtbag from Long Beach State and a native of El Dorado Hills, California.
Yeah, Nate and I are having a good time up here in the booth now.
I actually needed that.
Yeah. They've been sitting there all game long, and Nate and I have been waiting to show you all the lovely gift that the Royals got us and then dig in.
It's been giving me the eyes all game.
Mm-hmm.
So it's Parker Goff with the runners at the corners. Blues trail 5-3 against the Santa Barbara Foresters. Jake Fields into this game as the pick to first to get Jariah Lewis is not in time. Corners creeping in as Lewis takes off towards second base. Pump fake down and a stolen bag for Jariah, his third of the evening.
Very, very quickly approaching that team lead, getting his third in today's ball game. That's the third of the inning as well for the Blues. They're just using good base running to produce some extra 90s, and now a base hit would score 2 and tie this game up.
Now it's up to Parker Goff to make it hurt that much more as the 1-0 is fouled straight back off the end of the bat. 1 ball and 1 strike. Because it's one thing to have a lot of movement on the base paths and wreak havoc there. Now it's up to the hitters for San Luis Obispo to make it hurt that much more. They have 7 hits today and 3 runs to show for it. One and one comes home, and Goff leaves that one for ball 2. Goff, one of the 3 All-Stars representing the CCL North. One of the 3 in today's starting lineup for the Blues. As 2-1 comes home, it's a fastball up and away. 3-1, a hitter's count to the catcher batting 6.
The Blues had 8 total to go down to Compton, and all of them very well deserving. I mean, the Blues on Instagram posted a slideshow of all the stats, and I was just in awe scrolling through it.
3-1 to Parker Goff. He takes that one for ball 4. Bases loaded off the 3-1 walk from Parker Goff. And Brendan Comerford has the chance to take the lead with 1 out.
And he supplied the first run of the ball game for the Blues back in the 4th inning, looking to supply some more here and get his team back in this ball game.
3 walks in a row fills the bases. Brendan Comerford with that aforementioned double in the 4th. Brought across 1 run. He came around to score. The pass ball as that one misses high. 2-1 ball, no strikes. Also struck out swinging in the 2nd inning. It's up to Brendan to make those walks for Santa Barbara hurt. As a right-hander gets loose for the Sturs, the 1-0 comes in. It's a fastball. He's late on that one, flares it up and over the Blues bullpen for strike one.
Thanks to Earth Systems, our free foul ball sponsor for tonight.
Peterson and Wright playing awfully shallow. The center fielder Sebring shaded on the opposite way of the right-handed hitting Comerford. 1-1 comes home. There's a fastball hitting the outside corner for strike two.
Sebring playing there is kind of surprising to me because he hit a double in the left center field gap last time up.
And he was playing in that same spot before. It was difficult for him to get to that ball because he had to cover that much more ground because he was shaded like that. There's a strikeout swinging to Brendan Comerford. Second time he has chased that fastball up in the zone today. 2 gone in the fifth.
He's putting together a eerily similar game to what we saw yesterday where he went 2 for 5, a double, a single, and 3 strikeouts. Right now he's 1 for 3, a double, 2 strikeouts.
So here's Sam Ardois, who's seen it pretty well today. A 2 for 2 afternoon with a double, a single, a run scored. Bases loaded situation with 2 out. 2 outs. The slider nestles into the zone for strike one.
I mentioned last time up after he got his single that he's halfway to the cycle. If he can get that number to 3/4, him and all of his teammates will be very pleased.
0-1 to Ardois, comes home. He misses at that fastball late over his barrel. No balls and 2 strikes. Having to choke up with 2 now is the shortstop batting 8th. Blues looking to make those walks hurt. 3 in a row from Forrester's pitching. 2 gone and Slow trails by 2. 0-2 is a fastball that misses high. Thought about going after it, but holds up his swing. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Right side of the infield shifted towards the first base line. As the 1-2 comes home, Ardois checks his swing and holds it up on the fastball high and tight. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bad time, but I love mangoes.
Yeah,
That's all.
You're clobbering. You're clobbering that package that you opened over there.
2-2 is hit into center field, and it falls for a base hit. RBI single for Ardois brings 1 and 2. The throw to third is in time, though. Sam Ardois just tied the game on a 2 RBI single, but getting thrown out at third base is Parker Goff. 5-5 heading into the 6th inning. For Ryan Giacomini, I'm Nate Mills on the Slow Blues Streaming Network. Sean Cannon heads back out there in what is now a tied ball game. Sam Ardois, who is just having himself a day with a 2 RBI single to bring home Cooper Witten and Jariah Lewis. Parker Goff was gunned down at third base to end the inning, but the damage has been done. A whole new ball game at Sinsheimer as we enter the 6th inning of play.
And he was someone who has been struggling recently. His average before this game, or I should say after last night's game, dropped down to under 200 for the first time all season, and with his 3 hits today, he has it back up to 236.
5-5 ball game in the 6th inning. And I'd like to remind you that this inning is brought to you by Studio Design Group Architects. You can find them at sdgarchitects.com. Studio Design Group Architects. For 40 years, they've designed buildings with one thing in mind: people. So it is, in fact, Sean Cannon, and he misses inside to the first batter he sees. It's the leadoff man, Caden Peterson, who walked back in the 4th inning and was picked off for the second out of that inning, a huge out. 1-0 almost hits Peterson. He matrixes and falls on his behind, and someone just got thrown out. I'm not sure if he pointed at Cannon or the catcher Goff, but the home plate umpire just ejected one of the two.
And they're not allowing Dean Traynor to come out and argue the call.
Did you see who got ejected?
I think it has to be Sean Cannon. And Sean Cannon's going to walk towards the dugout, and it is Sean Cannon.
Listen, I know this game and this between these two teams has been chippy all season. We've seen benches clear. We saw benches clear in between innings last night in Santa Barbara, but this was not one of those situations where Sean Cannon would throw at someone. Why on earth would you try to take the head off someone when it's a tied ball game in the 6th inning? It's ridiculous.
Not to mention, it's Sean Cannon's first appearance. It's the first time he's ever seen the Foresters team. It makes absolutely zero sense. And then both of the first base umpire and home plate umpire walk immediately towards the dugout and pretty much tell Dean Traynor, stay there. Dean yells a few words, but I'm surprised he hasn't come further out of the dugout.
So they're going to have to go to Jack Sand. That's the only other option they have. And I just can't help but think about the next 2 games that the Blues have tomorrow and the next day.
Yeah, it is going to be rough with not a lot of bullpen arms. We might see guys like Gavin Constantine throw.
So it looks like it will be Jack Sand. Sean Cannon, I don't think, was playing dumb at all. I mean, he hasn't made a college appearance yet, and he's playing in front of maybe the largest crowd he ever has. It's a tied ball game, a high-leverage situation. Why on earth would he try to hit a Foresters hitter? So Jack Sand coming off the quick warm-up in the bullpen, gets some more pitches out on the diamond as he will finish the at-bat against Caden Peterson. It's 2-0, the count to the Tiger from UOP.
And if it works anything like the Major League Baseball does, Sand would get as many warm-ups as he needs before the game continues. But I am really interested as to, 1, why Sean Cannon got ejected, and 2, why Dean Traynor didn't try to fight it a little bit more. The only thing I could think of is if maybe Sean was mouthing off in the last inning or it may be in between innings, but in the few interactions I've had with him, he doesn't really seem like that type of guy.
I doubt it. So Sand is warming up, and it looks like Matthew Gonzalez is in the building today. So he is warming up in the bullpen for the Blues.
That's good news because the Blues need all the help they can get, and Gonzo has been an arm who hasn't been great for the Blues, but we have seen how filthy his stuff can be.
Well, and Jack Sand taking his time out there as tensions began to rise, unintentionally, I want to add, too.
Yeah, and a good point just got brought up here in the press boxes. Yesterday, Max Lane got hit twice and had to get removed from the game due to injury, and no repercussions at all. And we have a 18-year-old throw up and in fastball that just got away from him once, and it's an automatic ejection, not even a warning or anything like that. It's just very odd. And again, I'm really confused as to why Dean has. I mean, Bill Pintert is further out of the dugout right now than Dean Traynor ever was.
So Jack Sand is ready. Matthew Gonzalez still getting hot in the bullpen. Here's the season that Sand has had so far. This is his 9th appearance with the Blues. He's pitched in 9 1/3 innings, has allowed 10 hits, 14 runs, 12 of them earned, 18 walks to his 10 strikeouts. Trying to correct that here, coming off a short notice of the quick trigger from the home plate umpire to throw out Sean Cannon. So it's Sand trying to fill the strike zone against the Foresters. A 2-0 count. Here's the first pitch and a check swing from Peterson. It's in there for strike one. Two and one from the new pitcher Jack Sand facing Caden Peterson. That slider misses inside. 3 balls and 1 strike.
Just a very different vibe here at the ballpark now. Everyone very tense. And biggest way I notice it is the bullpen. Usually they sit at their white fold-up tables. Nobody is doing that. They are all standing by the bullpen mound.
3-1. Sand kicks and fires. There's a slider taken for a strike. Nice off speed from Jack. Trying to retire the leadoff man in the 6th inning, Caden Peterson, who has yet to collect a hit today. Bending his knees on the 3-2 pitch. This one dribbled in front of the Foresters' dugout. We'll do it again at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Sand, last time he made an appearance, it was against the Conejo Oaks in the Blues' 9-2 loss. He went 2 innings there, 3 earned runs, 3 hits, 3 walks, and a strikeout. Payoff from Sand. Fastball, that one misses outside, and there's a leadoff walk for Santa Barbara.
Sand did all he could to work back in that count after coming into it down 2-0. But walks have been a huge issue for him in his time here with the Blues, and you hope that that walk there is a fluke in this outing.
So it looks like it'll be a pinch hitter for the Foresters. Jonah Sebring's day is done. A 1-for-3 evening, a double in the 3rd, and 2 strikeouts sandwiching that extra base hit. It's Jack Bollinger, the left-hander, batting 2nd, replacing Sebring. Sand stares down his catcher, Goff, as he awaits Bollinger to enter the batter's box. Average lead at first base for Peterson. That's the go-ahead run at first. Here's the slider, and that's taken for a strike. Crossed up Bollinger. He rolled his shoulders towards the catcher, Goff, as that one fell into the zone.
That's a pitch, if he can throw for a strike, it's the best pitch in his arsenal.
Middle infield playing back, no one out, as there's a slider again, and Bollinger chased after it. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Bollinger from Boulder Creek, California, a rising junior at Westmont College, batting .250 this season for Santa Barbara.
I would love to see a high and tight fastball here.
1-2, slider, he chases it, and he is out as first base was occupied. Strike 3 to Jack Bollinger. There's the first out of the inning.
Somehow it works to be a productive out for the pinch hitter Bollinger, with the runner moving up on the wild pitch. Now the leading run is in scoring position.
It was Bollinger's 8th strikeout of the season, and now it's Will Rogers, who was hit by a pitch back in the 5th. Besides that, he grounded back to Harper and flew out to E.J. Royal in center field. Go-ahead run now in scoring position as Rogers crouches in his stance in the right-handed batter's box. Goff does a nice job of keeping that ball and dirt in front. 1 ball and no strikes. On deck, it's Jack Holman. Left-handed hitter certainly has the ability to punish any pitch that comes into the zone. He did it yesterday against the Blues. 1-0 to Rogers is fouled straight back into the net. 1 ball and 1 strike. Rising senior at Michigan, runner in scoring position. It's the go-ahead run. Stands upright in the right-handed batter's box. Sand takes a look at second base. Comerford shows daylight, but Jack comes home, and this one skips in the dirt. Good block from Goff once again. 2 balls and 1 strike. Left side of the infield, shaded towards the left field line. Tarman well off first base. 2-1 is fouled back and out of play on the right side. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Will Rogers.
Again, there's that big bending slider, and he threw it back door that time. Caught a little too much plate, but overall, because he started it so far outside, it was a good pitch, and it got an awkward swing from Rogers.
Wind has completely died down at Sinsheimer Stadium as the lights are in full effect, and Jack Sand steps off. Zach Tarman wants to have a meeting with his southpaw. ZT, Parker Goff, and Jack Sand all having a meeting at the mound as E.J. Royal stretches out his legs in center field. Trying to get out of this jam after coming in to replace Sean Cannon, who was ejected off his at-bat with Caden Peterson, who now stands at second base. Five to 5 game as this one is tapped down the left field line, and that will be fouled to Will Rogers, who circles his way back into the right-handed batter's box. 2 balls and 2 strikes to the former Arizona State Sun Devil and current Michigan Wolverine. Shading towards the line is Jariah Lewis in left field, anticipating the pull tendencies of Will Rogers with a runner at second. Peek back towards the bag. Here's the 2-2. That slider gets out of the fingertips of Jack Sand, and it misses outside. Full count now to Will Rogers. One out in the inning. It was Jack Bollinger who pinch hit for Sebring this past at bat. Went down swinging. Rogers, who has done a nice job getting deep into counts today, finds himself in a 3-2 against Sand. Here it comes. This one's hit off his hands down the right field line, and it will be foul. We'll do it again at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Rogers doing exactly what the Foresters would like to see, trying to force as many pitches as possible from the limited bullpen arms that the Blues have, as he's worked himself into a deep count against Jack Sand. Here's the 3-2. Fastball inside. What an at-bat for Will Rogers. There's a 1-out walk, and now there's 2 runners on. The go-ahead at first base. That's just an experienced college at-bat right there, spoiling away pitches, leaving balls, swinging at strikes. That was a clinic from Will Rogers, and the second walk for Jack Sand. So 2 runners on, 1 in scoring position, and it's Jack Holman, the DH batting cleanup, who struck out swinging last time he was up, and before that, he walked and was intentionally walked. That one almost hit him in the face. The runners advanced another 90 feet each. Now there's 2 in scoring position for Santa Barbara. First pitch from Jack Sand on the left-on-left matchup almost skimmed him across the nose, and that calls for a meeting with Parker Goff on the mound. Go-ahead run just 90 feet away. His name is Caden Peterson. It's Will Rogers at second base as well. We're just in the 6th inning here at Sinsheimer Stadium. 2 hours and a half into this ball game. Off the plate is Jack Holman as the 1-0 comes home. It's a slider off the glove of Goff. And they're going to say it hit Jack Holman on the forearm.
But they're saying he leaned into it, and it's going to be a strike.
So a strike on Jack Holman, who leaned into that pitch. And I'm not sure. I didn't see anything glaring on that.
I didn't really either, but he definitely made no intent to get out of the way.
No.
And I think maybe he did just kind of turn into it a little bit. And I understand how the frustration. I think the third base coach may have just got ejected for the Foresters.
Looks like he did as he retreats into the dugout. Santa Barbara does not have a third base coach right now. And I've certainly been on the diamond for those situations on the didn't move out of the way call. Matter of fact, I had a game end that way my freshman season at Towson. Bases were loaded. I was on second base. We were trailing by 1. It was a 3-2 count, and our hitter, Burt Camper, got plunked in the forearm. I mean, he didn't even have to. I mean, there's nothing he could have done. And the home plate umpire said he did not make an effort to move out of the way, and that's how the ball game ended.
That is brutal.
So I certainly understand the frustration on that call here, but the Foresters are trying to find a third base coach right now as theirs just got ejected. So it's now a 1-1 count as they got a guy in the dugout. Calling the signs, giving the windmill, giving the breaks as the infield plays up on the grass and the 1-1 count with runners at second and third. 5-5 game. Foresters looking to take the lead. Holman looks at that slider for a strike. Nice pitch from Jack Sand. 1-2 to the DH and future UC Santa Barbara Gaucho. 1 gone. Tied game. 1-2. And yeah, looked like he leaned into that one. Home plate umpire calls Jack Holman out on the lean in strike 3.
Yeah, that one was way more obvious to me than the first one, but definitely leaned in to try to draw the hit by pitch on that big looping slider. And have you ever seen that before?
No.
2 and 1 at bat?
Never seen that. I can confirm that I've never seen 2 and 1 at bat.
Yeah, that is unheard of.
Typically, I see people making an extra effort to get out of the way to prevent it from happening. Never twice in 1AB. So here's TJ Pompey, and that is called for a strike. 0-1 to the Texas Tech shortstop, who was 1 for 2 on the day, a 2 RBI single, a walk, and a strikeout looking. Slider misses low and outside. Goff slides to his right. 1-1 to Pompey. 2 gone. 2 strikeouts for Jack Sand, matching his 2 walks in this 6th inning. 1-1. Pompey is late on that fastball. He sends it up and out of play on the right side. 1-2.
And we've seen 2 ejections in this ballgame. Is it possible to get ejected for purposefully getting hit by a pitch? Would that be a thing? I don't know. If it was interrupting the game, maybe?
I could see that.
Yeah, especially in the course of how this game has been going. It kind of, the home plate umpire's first move to his right kind of made me think it was going to happen.
1-2 from Sand. From the windup, he comes home, and Pompey looks at that fastball in the other batter's box. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Jack Sand trying to get out of this jam. He just collected a huge strikeout against Jack Holman, who leaned into a slider for strike 3. 2-2 misses inside, almost hits Pompey. Count is now full at 3-2.
Huge spot here for Sand. He struggled with walks this season. He has 2 in today's game. Would love to get an out here and get out of this inning. The game's still tied.
Payoff pitch to Pompey. Slider just missing outside, and that fills the bases with stirs.
Now Pompey putting together himself quite the game. He's 2 walks, 2 RBIs, a base hit. He's getting it done for the Stirs, and now you have the guy who's been getting it done the most, Johnny Rodriguez, who has 2 hits, including a 2-run missile in the 5th inning.
That single in the 2nd and the home run in the 5th. Also lined out to Ardois at short. As time is called and Dean Traynor heads out to the mound to talk to Jack Sand. He's exchanging some words with the first baseman, Johnny Rodriguez. Matthew Gonzalez is still getting loose in the Blues bullpen.
And the Blues are going to have to go to the bullpen again today, but I'm sure Dean Trainor's hoping that Sand can eat some innings so Gonzo can go 1 inning and then maybe be available for tomorrow's game. The Blues are just running low on pitchers.
There's still a good amount of baseball left. We're in the top half of the 6th inning.
Yeah, so Sand would have to eat a ton of innings. It sucks for Dean Traynor that Cannon got thrown out because Cannon is a guy who can go a little bit of distance from the bullpen, a long reliever. His outing was cut short at just 1 inning.
Jack Sand from the left side of the rubber comes home to Rodriguez as that slider misses in the dirt. Goff retrieves it, keeps it near the batter's box. 1 ball, no strikes. Middle infield playing deep. Center of the diamond wide open. Jariah Lewis hugging the left field line. 1-0. Nice placed fastball in the outer half for strike 1.
We'll see what he can do now to work off of the fastball. Goes that slider, maybe drops a changeup right below this fastball, or he goes right back to it.
1-1 to Rodriguez. He swings and pokes us to the shortstop Ardois, who flips to second, and Sand gets out of the jam. Unbelievable top half of the 6th that started out in a Sean Cannon ejection, and Jack Sand comes through to throw up the goose egg on Santa Barbara. It's still tied at 5 into the bottom half of the 6th inning. For Ryan Giacomini, I'm Nate Mills on the Slow Blues Streaming Network. Nine 1-2 for the Blues in a strange top half of the 6th inning. The game is still tied at 5 as Constantine is first pitch swinging and sends that pop fly out of play on the right side for strike 1. So the Forsters were shut out in the 6th after a leadoff walk from Caden Peterson, but not just any leadoff walk. That doesn't tell the whole story of that at bat. He was up 1-0 against Sean Cannon, who lost control of a fastball that almost hit Peterson in the head, and he was ejected immediately. Now, I know we're broadcasting for the Blues, but I didn't suspect any malicious intentions on that fastball. It's an 18-year-old who's pitching in his first official college game, and it just got away from him, as that second offering to Constantine is in there for strike 2. So he was ejected, and Jack Sand had to come in on a short notice and finish out his warm-up on the field. He came in, filled up the bases with walks, and struck out 2 batters and got the ground out from Johnny Rodriguez with the bases loaded. Almost hit the field umpire as well. And he got out of the jam. Huge moment for the Blues. It's still tied at 5. So now Constantine trying to be the first domino to fall in a potential rally that puts San Luis Obispo ahead as the slider misses outside. It's still Jake Fields out there for Santa Barbara with the middle infield playing deep. And the 9-hole hitter Constantine up, who grounded out to shortstop and walked today. He checks his swing. They appeal to first, and he didn't go around. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Gavin Constantine.
Right in that 50-50 zone, and first base umpire decides that it's a no swing, gives Gavin another chance up there now with a full count.
From the windup, here's Fields on the payoff pitch, and that one's taken for strike 3. Constantine can't believe it, but the strikeout looking to Gavin is the first out of the 6th inning. Fastball that looked to be below the zone, but certainly close enough to be called strike 3.
Yeah, certainly close enough as well for Constantine to just protect there. 2-strike count. You don't want to let the umpire make the decision for you. At least give a rip at it.
So now it's E.J. Royal, who's 1 for 3 this evening. A single in the 3rd, reached on fielder's choice in the 4th. A run came in to score there, and he also popped out to the second baseman Kennedy as that first pitch slider from Fields misses for ball 1. Royal trying to claw his way out of a slump 3/4 of the way through the season. 1-0, he chases that fastball at his eyes, 1 ball and 1 strike.
I don't know if I would call it a slump. He is still hitting .350.
For his standards.
Yeah.
It's like I said on the broadcast, boo-hoo, he's south of 400 now.
Yeah.
The sky is falling.
900 OPS.
1-1, fastball misses outside, 2-1 to EJ. Royals had a spectacular summer. He got going immediately. I mean, it was game 1 where he had multiple hits against the Coastal Dodgers and hasn't really slowed down since. 2-1 to Royal is chased upstairs for strike 2.
And I feel like we're just seeing the average drop because of his shift in his approach up there. He's striking out more, but he's hitting the ball way harder than he was at the beginning of the year. He was getting these multi-hit games, but they were soft, 70-mile-an-hour base hits.
Fouling it straight back. We'll do it again at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Now he's got his average exit velo, if I had to guess, up near the 90-mile-an-hour mark, and he's just ripping base hits left and right. But with that, he's swinging harder, pulling his head a little bit more, not seeing the ball quite as well, and striking out a little bit more, but still only has 23 strikeouts.
2-2, off speed, misses inside. It was a changeup. Counts now full at 3 balls and 2 strikes.
And a K rate of 18.7 on the season. That's a very solid strikeout ratio.
Payoff pitch is poked on the right side in the air over the Blues bullpen on the right side. We'll do it again at 3-2. On deck, it's Jake Hicksonbaugh, the right fielder, batting left-handed for the Blues. EJ digs back in on the 3-2 count against Jake Fields. From the windup, here it comes. Fastball hits softly up the middle, off the mound. Nice running play from Poppy to retire EJ Royal for the second out of the inning. Real good play from the Texas Tech shortstop.
A really nice play indeed. It took kind of an awkward hop off the mound, but Pompey was able to slow his body down, glove it, and throw it over to Rodriguez at first.
2 batters, 2 outs for Jake Fields, and it's up to Jake Hicksonbaugh to keep this inning alive.
Someone, if he gets on base, is posed to steal second and then third with Tullerman on deck. That could be a very well-manufactured 2-out run.
First pitch is fouled right back into the mask of Simo for strike 1. Third baseman Patterson remembering the bunt attempts from Hicksonbaugh in this game as he now creeps up on the infield grass. This pitch, he's retreating behind the base path as that off speed wrinkles in the zone for strike 2. Middle infield playing deep. Rodriguez hugging the first base line. 0-2, high and tight. Almost hits him on the chest. 1-2 to Hicksonbaugh. Deep sigh for Fields as he comes through on the windup. Here's the 1-2. Hicksonbaugh goes down looking, strike 3. 3 up, 3 down for San Luis Obispo as we head into the final third of this game. Tied at 5. For Ryan Giacomini, I'm Nate Mills on the Slow Blues Streaming Network. New pitcher for San Luis Obispo, it's Matthew Gonzalez as we enter the final third of this game. Top half of the 7th inning, 5-5. The Blues tied against their rivals from down south, the Santa Barbara Foresters. First pitch swinging on that fastball is Caden Peterson. Looking up is Jariah Lewis, and it's gone. First pitch home run from Caden Peterson, and the UOP Tiger puts the Foresters ahead 6-5.
A very good piece of hitting there from Patterson. Just drove that fastball middle, and he did not miss it.
Patterson has the program record at Westmont's for home runs in a single season. He set it this past year with 18, as getting plunked by the first pitch is Andrew Simo. Not the start that Matthew Gonzalez was anticipating.
Not at all. That home run by Patterson, 103 off the bat and 381 feet, a moonshot. Let's introduce you to Gonzo. His stats are a little off now, but he holds a 1-0 record. And in his previous 4 appearances, he has a 9 ERA, in his 6 innings pitched. 14 strikeouts to 4 walks, as well as a save. So the stuff is definitely there for Gonzo. The changeup, the slider.
First pitch is driven into center field. D. Kennedy to E.J. Royal, who makes the one-handed grab. And there's the first out of the inning. These Foresters hitters are all over Gonzo.
Attacking him early in the count, and maybe that's their scouting report that they had on Gonzo was don't let him get to that slider and that changeup that we know are just filthy gross. Make sure you get the fastball from him that kind of has a little bit of run, but has lower velocity and has nowhere near the movement as his off-speed pitches.
So now it's the top of the order. This time this is Caden Peterson, as the first pitch is in there for strike 1. So 1 gone in the 7th. Foresters now lead the Blues 6-5 off the Daniel Patterson home run. Slider, wild swing from the leadoff man, is tipped back into the screen. No balls and 2 strikes. Gonzalez last season, that marquee pitch for him was that changeup. He has since developed that slider and trying to locate both of those off speeds in his outing against the Foresters. 0-2 is chased outside of the zone for strike 3. 2 outs here in the 7th after Gonzalez got Peterson to go fishing after that slider in the dirt.
A really good slider right there, working it off the other 2 he threw in that at-bat.
So now it's Jack Bollinger. He came in to replace Jonah Sebring in the 6th inning. He struck out swinging there after Jonah was 1 for 3 with 2 Ks and a double. First pitch to Bollinger is high and outside. Getting out of his squat is Goff for ball 1. Creeping off first is Andrew Simo. He was hit by a pitch. There's another one that's up and outside. 2 balls and no strikes. Blues bullpen is quite literally empty.
It's going to be interesting to see what Dean Traynor does in these next 2 games against the Barons.
That one misses high again from Gonzalez. 3-0 to Jack Bollinger.
And, this weekend they're going to be low on pitching. You do have your 2 best arms available to start in Albright and Damazonio.
3-0. Fastball is in there for strike 1. Finally finding the zone is Matthew Gonzalez after 3 straight 4-seams that were up and outside from the left-handed Bollinger. 3-1 with a runner on first base. Gonzalez kicks and fires, and he misses up and away once again. A 2-out walk to Bollinger. 2 runners on for Santa Barbara, 1 in scoring position.
Attendance at today's ball game, 1448, 1,448 fans. The race turnout for Friday night.
Final attendance today at Sinsheimer Stadium, 1448.
We'll be back tomorrow at 4 and then Sunday at 2 as well.
Another full night at Sinsheimer. They're certainly getting an entertaining game here against the Foresters. So now it's Will Rogers. First pitch is a slider hitting off the foot of Goff, and both of the runners advancing an extra 90 feet. 2 runners in scoring position for SB. Time is called as Gonzalez wants a new baseball. And Will Rogers all day has been a guy that wears out this Blues pitching staff, seeing a lot of pitches, getting deep in counts, battling all the way through. And he wants to keep that same energy against Gonzo with 2 runners on and a 6-5 lead. 1-0 to Rogers as a slider missing outside. Goff moves to his right. 2 balls and no strikes.
The middle of this order for the Foresters are really honestly 1 through 9 are very dangerous hitters. But Rogers and Holman are 2 guys who can really make you pay.
Rogers has reached base safely today. A hit by pitch and a walk as that slider creased just above the zone. 3 straight balls from Matthew Gonzalez. Two runners on as Gonzo stares down Goff with his stirrups on the mound. Here's the 3-0. He kicks and fires, misses inside. 2 walks in a row. It fills up the bases for Santa Barbara.
Gonzo came into this game with just 4 walks in his 6 innings of work, giving up 2 in this outing alone.
That's the second walk of the day for Will Rogers. And now it's Jack Holman, who has 2 strikeouts today, 2 walks, one of them intentional. Bases loaded, 6-5 lead for Santa Barbara. Gonzalez from the windup gets a long swing and a miss for Holman on strike 1.
And there's that filthy, gross changeup that we know Matthew Gonzalez has, and it gets a ugly early swing from Holman.
0-1, another long swing from Holman on the slider, dipping below his ash barrel for strike 2.
Why not go one more off-speed pitch? He can't seem to sit back and wait for it.
0-2. Slider swung on and missed. Strike 3. Matthew Gonzalez gets out of the bases loaded jam, but the damage has been done. A solo shot from Daniel Patterson to lead off the 7th inning puts Santa Barbara ahead 6-5. We'll head to the home half of the 7th. It's time to stretch. For Ryan Giacomini, I'm Nate Mills on the Slow Blues Streaming Network. Zach Tollerman due up, and after that it's Cooper Witten, Jariah Lewis, and what is now a 6-5 ball game. The Foresters lead the Slow Blues after the solo home run from Daniel Patterson to lead off the 7th inning. Blues now trail by 1 as the first pitch to the first baseman committed to San Jose State is in there for strike 1. Tollerman today, 1 for 3. A single, a double play, and a strikeout looking in the 5th. 0-1 is skied into right field. Going back is Peterson. He backpedals and makes the two-handed grab for the first out of the inning. Peterson has been playing shallow to everyone all day.
An exciting fly ball, but Tollerman caught it off the end just a little bit. It didn't have much slice to it. It didn't really get the hips behind it because it was off the end of the bat, and kind of just ends up being a routine fly ball to Peterson.
So now it's Cooper Witten, the DH, batting 4th. 0 for 2 today, a strikeout looking, a grounder to third, and a walk in the 5th inning where he stole 2 bags. Jariah Lewis awaits on deck. The Blues trail by 1 as Witten looks at the first breaking ball for a strike hit in the bottom half of the zone. Witten represents the tying run. He's got the power to tie this game up. 0-1 is a fastball that's yanked, but it's in the zone for a strike. Catcher Simo and Cooper Witten exchanging some words as the home plate umpire takes off his mask, and Dean Traynor is starting to walk out there as well. Now the home plate umpire will talk to Dean.
And I think Cooper Witten might just be a little fed up with the stalling tactics of the Foresters. At the beginning of the at-bat, the catcher, Simo, kind of stepped on home plate and just clapped at his team. He didn't give a sign or anything like that. There's no runners on base. There's no signs to be given from a catcher. And then right after that pitch, Simo kind of lunged forward in his squat, and it threw off Witten getting back into the box.
So an 0-2 count to Cooper Witten, who hugs home plate. It comes home. It's a fastball swung on and missed for strike 3. Cooper Witten goes down swinging for the second out of the 7th inning. So now it's Jariah Lewis. Reached base safely twice today. 3 stolen bags. 2 walks, came around to score a run off the RBI double from Comerford and flew out to right field.
Since that Sean Cannon ejection, I feel like the energy has just been sucked out of the guys with the yellow jerseys on in today's ball game.
The Blues wearing the yellow jerseys.
Yeah, the Foresters wearing the blue jerseys.
Gray pants, white lettering, trimmed in red. These are my favorite uniforms for Santa Barbara.
They're very nice.
I'm a plain guy.
Yeah,
This falls into that category. 1-0 to J. Lou as he rests his bat on his left shoulder. Here's the 1-0. Fastball just missing low and outside. 2 balls and no strikes. A hitter's count to the left fielder.
It's a very clean road uniform. You go still a vibrant blue color, but you have the gray pants. I like it.
Left center gap wide open as shading to the right is Bollinger as Lewis swings and misses at that fastball in the outer half. 2-1.
They must not have Jariah's scouting report. Jariah will go to that left center field gap, and with how far Sebring is playing over to his left, Jariah will definitely make it into a triple or even a Little League home run.
2-1, and Lewis leaves that fastball high, 3 balls and 1 strike. And if you were to watch Jariah's batting practice, you would know that he avoids pulling the baseball. I mean, he goes the opposite way every single swing. He makes a point of it.
And his eyes have to be lit up right now seeing that gap.
3-1, swung on and missed for strike 2.
And that's exactly the gap he hit his Little League home run last weekend. It was a triple and an error right in the left center field gap, right kind of at the Fabulist sign out there in right left center field.
Payoff pitch to J. Lou with 2 outs. Fastball swung on and missed, strike 3. 2 strikeouts for Jake Fields, and the side is retired. The Blues go in order. We head into the 8th inning, 6-5 Santa Barbara. For Ryan Giacomini, I'm Nate Mills on the Slow Blues Streaming Network. Eighth inning is brought to you by Plan Perfect Retirement. Be sure to contact Sherry Tollerman at planperfectretirement.com. Plan Perfect, corporate retirement plan specialists. DJ Pompey, Johnny Rodriguez, and Daniel Patterson due up to face Matthew Gonzalez as Pompey is down to the count, no balls and 2 strikes. TJ having himself a day, 1 for 2, a 2 RBI single with 2 walks. Seeing it well as the 0-2 comes in, and it's a changeup just missing inside, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Borderline pitch there, called a ball and giving Pompey an extra life.
1-2, chopped on the ground, left side, backhand from Constantine. Long throw over to first is in time. Gavin Constantine retires the speedster from Texas Tech with the long throw across the diamond. 1 gone here in the 8th inning.
Pompey made that very, very interesting. That's the first ball that's been hit to Gavin Constantine all day long. That was the first out recorded in the 8th inning, so he's been not getting a lot of action over there, but does a good job there to get Pompey out.
So now it's Rodriguez, who launched a 2-run home run in the 5th. As well as a single in the first, a liner to short, and a ground ball on the left side as he nestles this for a single. Nice and easy swing for the Long Beach State dirtbag, and a 1-out single for the first baseman.
Now a beautiful hit for Johnny Rodriguez. 3 hits, a home run, 2 RBIs. The bottom of this order is what has been the issue for the Blues. Rodriguez, Patterson, Simo, and Kennedy have combined for 4 runs, 5 RBIs, a pair of home runs, 3 extra base hits. They've been doing it all.
No strikeouts as well. As the first pitch is taken for a strike on Daniel Patterson, who is showing bunt after hitting a solo shot in the 7th.
I mean, the top 4 guys in the order for the Forsters have 2 hits.
0-1 to Daniel Patterson, the third baseman, as that one misses low, ball 1. Patterson, one of those guys in the bottom half of the order that have done some serious damage against the Blues. He's 2 for 4 today, a double, a home run, 1 RBI, 2 runs scored. Short lead for Rodriguez at first as the slider misses downstairs. Rodriguez takes off towards second base, and the throw is in time. Parker Goff with a frozen rope to gun down Johnny Rodriguez, a caught stealing for the second out of the 8th inning.
very impressive caught stealing because that ball was in the dirt. Rodriguez hesitated a little bit, but then he took off, and he had a really good jump. Goff with a frozen rope to second base, and a really good tag by Comerford, too.
2-1 with 2 gone, and that slider misses low and outside to Patterson.
Now Gonzo given a little bit of extra confidence. Just get out of this inning. No damage done.
3-1 is hit hard back up the middle and through for a base hit. Daniel Patterson with his 3rd knock of the day, a triple shy of the cycle.
He has been getting it done, and just more damage done by the bottom of this order. Gonzo has to get out of it now with a runner on first. Very, very doable. And it's Andrew Simo.
Santa Barbara has 9 hits this evening. 7 of them have come through 6 to 9. Pick to first is not in time. Patterson back there safely. On deck, it's D. Kennedy, the second baseman who is hitless today. Only batter 6 and below to not have a knock in this contest. First pitch, Simo checks his swing. He went around. That's good for strike 1.
Every batter in this Foresters lineup has reached base safely at least once, either via a walk, a hit by pitch, or a base hit.
Gonzo from the stretch stares down Parker Goff. Kicks and fires on the 0-1. Slider sliding to his right is Goff to keep it in front. 1 ball and 1 strike.
The Blues can say the exact same. All 9 batters have reached base safely, either via a walk or a hit. Both teams getting it done 1 through 9, but the Foresters with exceptional hitting.
Pick to first is not in time. And a 1-1 count to Andrew Simo. Taking off towards second is Patterson. Here comes another throw from Goff. It's a little offline. Comerford trying to get the tag down as he was falling towards first. It's unsuccessful. A nice effort for the second baseman, Comerford. He was adamant about applying it onto the heel of Daniel Patterson. He came up empty, and there's a stolen bag for the third baseman.
It was definitely very close and a very good athletic effort from Comerford.
Simo with a runner in scoring position, who has a hit today, an RBI single in the 4th. Slider is outside, 3 balls and 1 strike.
This is the count that Simo was looking for. Really want to attack the Gonzalez fastball. You don't want to go after the off-speed pitch, and you're probably going to get a fastball here.
A graduate student from University of San Diego, a San Diego native from Coronado. And the 3-1 count, upright in his stance. He chops this one down the third base line, and it's foul. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
He got the fastball he wanted and attacked it, just pulled it foul. He had an approach up there, and it's attack, attack, attack the fastball. That's exactly what he did.
So now in a 3-2 count against Matthew Gonzalez, who comes set from the stretch. A peek at second base, now comes home. Payoff pitch, hits the shoe top of Simo, and that's the second time he's been hit today. Back-to-back hit by pitches for Simo in his plate appearances. The Blues have just struggled with the command today. That's their 3rd hit by pitch. So now it's the 9-hole hitter, D. Kennedy. Flew out to center, flew out to left, grounded back to the pitcher, Harper, and walked in the 3rd. Came around to score there. Quick meeting with Ardois and Matthew Gonzalez as the shortstop retreats to his position with runners on first and second for Santa Barbara. Kennedy with his burnt orange batting gloves looks at that fastball low and outside. A backhanded stop from Goff. 1 ball, no strikes.
All of a sudden, Gonzo has a little bit of a jam he has to work out of with 2 outs. Really want to keep this at just a one-run game, get the bats back up there, and get that run right back.
Fastball missing inside, moving his arms above his head is Kennedy. 2 balls and no strikes. 2-0 from Gonzalez. Fastball hitting the outer half of the zone. 2 balls and 1 strike. 2 runners on for Santa Barbara. They lead the Blues 6-5. Deep night sky at Sinsheimer. Over the 3-hour mark of this ball game.
Some confusion between the home plate umpire and himself. He doesn't quite know the count. He thought it was 2-1, then switched it to 1-2, and now back to 2-1.
2-1 comes home, and that's taken for a strike. It's now even at 2-2.
Or is it now strike 3? I don't know. I don't think the umpire does either.
2-2 pitch from Gonzalez. They appeal to first on the check swing. He didn't go around. The count is now full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Sturs lead the Blues in the top half of the 8th inning. 2 gone with 2 runners on for Santa Barbara. Comerford pinches towards second base as Gonzo nods and fires. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. Matthew Gonzalez gets the strikeout. He strains 2 runners on base, but the Foresters still hold the lead over the Blues. We head into the home half of the 8th inning, 6-5 Santa Barbara. For Ryan Giacomini, I'm Nate Mills on the Slow Blues Streaming Network. Parker Goff, Brendan Comerford, and Sam Ardois due up to face Jake Fields in the bottom half of the 8th inning, where the Blues trail by 1 to the Santa Barbara Foresters. The final time these two will face off in the 2024 summer. First pitch from Fields to Goff is taken for a strike. Bad day to be Parker Goff's washing machine as he is drenched in dirt. I say drenched because it looks like he jumped in a pool full of dirt. Swung on and missed on that slider, low and outside, 0-2 to Parker Goff.
It's kind of weird, especially his uniform in the back. It looks like half of it is covered in dirt and the other half looks brand new.
Yeah.
How does that happen?
Baseball's weird.
Yeah.
0-2 from the windup. Goff looks at that slider outside, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Enticing pitch from Fields. And Goff does a nice job on holding up his swing as he chokes up on his bomb bat in the 1-2 count. Here's the 1-2. Fastball poked up and out of play on the right side. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Really good 2-strike swing there. Just fight off a pitch close to the zone that you think could go either way. It's an approach that more Blues hitters need to take.
Brendan Comerford awaits on deck. His uniform is crystal clear. Outfield shaded to the opposite way for Parker as the 1-2 comes home. Slider holds up his swing there. Real nice take from Parker Goff. Evens up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
An incredible take on that slider that was up and away. Just saw a slider out of the hand, saw it start on the outside part of the plate and just spit on it right away.
2-2. Fastball missing outside. Another good lead from Parker Goff. Fields trying to nibble away and get the catcher from BYU to chase, but he will not let up. A 3-2 count to Goff. Nice battle between the right-hander, Goff, and Fields. Payoff pitch. Fastball chased at the fastball at his eyes for strike 3. The chocolate mousse brings down Parker Goff.
Very good at bat until that swing right there. He just tried to protect with 2 strikes and pitch was up by his chin, some chin music.
3 strikeouts in a row for Fields and a meeting at the mound between the pitching coach and his right-hander. Brendan Comerford steps up. An RBI double for him in the 4th. Came around to score there, sandwiched between 2 strikeouts.
Sponsors of Blues Baseball, Mountain Air, Tin City Cider, Trophy Hunters, Urology Associates of the Central Coast, Bureau Mortgage, and
Home plate umpire heads out to break the discussion up. The pitching coach has his arms around both of his players. It's Comerford digging into the back of the right-handed batter's box with 1 gone after Parker Goff lost the battle against Jake Fields off the fastball up at his eyes. First pitch to Comerford is popped up on the right side. It's not playable as it lands to the right of the Blues bullpen. No balls and 1 strike to Brendan.
That outside pitch was going to be very hard for Brendan to hit because his front foot stepped way away from the pitcher, and he kind of just tossed his arms and barrel out there.
Comerford has pull side tendencies as Patterson now hugs the line at third base. As the fastball is high and tight to him, he leans back. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Very similar to pitch to what we saw Sean Cannon get thrown out on. That one an off speed. Sean Cannon's a fastball, about the only difference.
1-1 from the windup. Swung on and miss for strike 2. Fastball low in the zone. Too quick for the bat of the Ohlone College infielder. Sam Ardois is on deck. He's a perfect 3 for 3 with 2 RBIs and a run scored. Deep sigh for Fields as he kicks and fires. 1-2 hit off the hands and it leaks into shallow left center for a base hit. Comerford around first and holds up there with a 1-out single. Second knock of the day for the second baseman.
Hopefully that's some momentum for the Blues. That's the first base hit since the ejection in that ugly top half of the 6th inning. I mean, since then they had 6 strikeouts and 8 straight batters recorded out. Brendan Comerford gets on base for the hottest bat in the lineup, at least in today's ball game, Sam Ardois.
Yeah, Ardois with the double, 2 singles. He scored on a pass ball in the 4th. One of his singles brought across 2 runs in Witten and Lewis. Short lead at first base for Brendan Comerford. 6-5 ball game. The Foresters lead the Blues in the bottom half of the 8th inning. The first pitch to Ardois is missed upstairs. 1 ball, no strikes. Pick to first, and Comerford is back there standing. Left center gap, wide open. Outfielders playing shallow against Ardois. 1-0 is missing low, 2 balls and no strikes.
Comerford, not the biggest threat out there at first base, but he does have 6 stolen bases on the season and could swipe a bag, get that runner into scoring position.
Sneaky. 2-0 to Ardois. Comes home and it misses outside. Dropping to one knee is Simo. 3 straight to the ULL infielder. Jake Fields from the stretch comes set at the belt. Here's the 3-0. Fastball right down the heart of the plate for strike 1. 3-1 to Ardois in a hitter's count, waving his bat fresh out of the bag, glistening underneath the lights at Sinsheimer. Hitter's count, comes home. Fastball, he checks his swing, didn't go around. It was above the zone, a walk to Ardois. He's reached base safely 4 times today of his 4 plate appearances. And now it's Gavin Constantine, but before then, Bill Pintard having a meeting at the mound. And it looks like he'll go to another arm of the bullpen as he just tapped his right arm. Comerford will jog to third base coach Rene Regalado. And it looks like we have a new pitcher for the Sturs. 6-5 Santa Barbara, but the Blues have 2 runners on, 1 gone in the 8th, looking to at least tie this game up. For Ryan Giacomini, I'm Nate Mills on the Slow Blues Streaming Network. What's up, Nate? August 1st. When are you coming? Are you coming down?
When is Matt coming?
Yeah, I'm out of here August 1st. I may stay longer depending on how we do in playoffs, but we'll see. What's that?
Aren't you squatting or something at your apartment or something like that?
I am, yes. Not officially yet, but we did. We already did. We're done playing them. New pitcher for the Santa Barbara Foresters, it's Diego Ramos. He pitched yesterday in the contest down at Eddie Matthews Field, the Razorback from the University of Arkansas. He inherits 2 runners on base, and it's Gavin Constantine, the third baseman, hitless today. A walk in the 4th, a ground ball out to the shortstop Pompey in the 2nd inning, and a strikeout looking in the 6th.
Let's introduce you to Diego Ramos, the 6'2", 205-pound right-hander who bats switch hitter. He's a switch hitter. A 1.12 ERA in his 9 appearances, 16 strikeouts to 9 walks.
First pitch to Constantine, sweeps across the zone for ball 1.
Originally from Vian, Oklahoma, and goes to Arkansas Lafayette.
One-zero. Sidewind delivery from Ramos, misses low and inside to Constantine. 2 balls and no strikes. Runner in scoring position for the Blues. That's the tying run in Brandon Comerford at second base. 2-0, misses high to Constantine. 3 straight balls to the third baseman. Waiting on deck, it's the leadoff man, E.J. Royal, team leader in RBIs and base hits.
Someone who could do some damage, especially with the bases loaded.
3-0. There's a fastball hitting the upper edge of the zone. 3 balls and 1 strike. Constantine with his black bomb bat over his right ear on the 3-1. Rolls inside of that fastball that almost hits him on the hip. And there's a walk that loads the bases for E.J. Royal. Some life for the Blues as their best hitter steps up to plate. Back-to-back walks, loads things for the leadoff man.
The guy that you want up there, E.J. Royal, guy who can really punish this Foresters team who gave up 2 free 90s in this inning.
Royal just always seems to find himself in these bases-loaded situations. Let me jog your memory back to the 8th inning or the 9th inning yesterday. He cleared the bases with a double against the Foresters to increase the Blues' lead 8-2.
Which is so odd because usually your leadoff guy is the one getting on base, not the one supplying the runs batted in.
Corner infield, pinching in with the bases loaded, 1 gone. Fastball is in there for a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike to EJ, who is 1 for 4, a single in the 3rd. Pop out to the second baseman, reached on a fielder's choice and grounded out to the shortstop. Left center gap is wide open. Peterson nearly playing at second base, the right fielder from UOP, as that one misses low. 2 balls and 1 strike.
He definitely must not have the scouting report because E.J. Royal loves going the opposite way, and with how he's been hitting the ball off the bat exit velocity-wise, he could definitely poke something out over the head of Peterson.
Wind has died in center field. A 2-1 count with 1 gone. Bases juiced for San Luis Obispo. Here's the 2-1. Off speed is in there for a strike. 2-2 to the Utah Tech outfielder.
Now Royal has to get a little more aggressive up there with the stick, but a count he is very comfortable in. Especially if he gets an inside pitch, he could shoot it the other way.
Here's the 2-2. Royal checks his swing. They appeal to first. He didn't go around. Awfully close call for the leadoff man from Utah Tech. And another chance for EJ to take the lead in this game.
A very close call on a check swing that definitely could have gone either way. He gets an opportunity now, with an extra opportunity, I should say.
1 gone, a ball in the air does tie the game. He looks at that slider outside. There's ball 4. The Blues tie the game on a walk to the leadoff man, E.J. Royal.
A very patient at bat from EJ, and it pays off as EJ Royal finds his way on base he always does. 2 RBIs today on a ground out and a walk.
The one-out single from Comerford gets cashed in from the walk by Royal. 3 straight from Forrester's pitching. And now it's Jake Hicksonbaugh, the hometown kid who grew up going to Blues games with the bases loaded. He swings and loops this one into shallow left center for a base hit. Blues take the lead on the RBI single from Hicksonbaugh as 2 runs come in to score.
Jake Hicksonbaugh gets it done for the San Luis Obispo Blues with a softly hit base hit into left center field. And the wave from Rene Regalado gets Constantine to score from second. The Blues take the lead with their 3rd inning where they've scored more than 1 run.
8-6 San Luis Obispo. Hicksonbaugh ambushed the first pitch he could find and just squeaked it into left center for 2 runs. So Bill Pintard will go back to his bullpen again. A new pitcher for the Foresters. We'll introduce you all to him after this. The Blues take the lead 8-6 off the bat from the hometown kid Hicksonbaugh. For Ryan Giacomini, I'm Nate Mills on the Slow Blues Streaming Network. New pitcher for the Santa Barbara Foresters, Diego Ramos' day is done. A quick turnaround for the Razorback from the University of Arkansas, Jake Hicksonbaugh. The hometown kid puts the Blues ahead 8-6 over the Foresters in these two teams' final times meeting together in the summer of 2024. And with one swing of the bat, Hicksonbaugh has brought animal control to Sinsheimer Stadium due to reports of barking in the crowd.
Yeah, because he got that dog in him, that's for sure. And the new pitcher is Shea Went. He's a
Where'd he go?
6'1", 205-pound senior from Blair, Nebraska. He went to Creighton University. He still goes there. He has a 1-0 record. In his previous 9 appearances, he holds a 3.44 ERA. In his 15 2/3 innings pitched, 17 strikeouts to 14 walks. And in his last appearance against the Pirates, he gave up 1 run in 1 inning of work.
He's in to replace Diego Ramos right now with 2 runners on. And Zach Tollerman up with Cooper Witten on deck. Double takes at second as EJ chops over there, and Tallerman waves at that slider out of the zone for strike one.
Tallerman had the same approach Hicksenbaugh did, attack the first pitch, and you usually don't see a lot of relievers go slider, first pitch out of the bullpen. That's exactly what Wint just did.
Went didn't play in his first season as with the Blue Jays in Omaha. He's entering his sophomore season as a Blair, Nebraska native. As the 0-1 misses way outside, Simo slides to his right. 1-1 to ZT. The two-time All-State selection by the Lincoln Journal-Star and all Nebraska honors. Now in the Golden State, trying to shut out these Blues. Tallerman goes the other way and weakly bloops it over the Blues dugout. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Tallerman with a wide stance on the right-handed batter's box. Infield creeping on the right side. Inside move from Shea Went. No one's at second base. Royal gets back there in time. One and two to ZT. Fastball missing low. The count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. What a ball game it's been at Sinsheimer Stadium. I laughed, I cried. It was better than Cats. As it stands right now, 8-6, San Luis Obispo, home half of the 8th. Shea went in to replace Diego Ramos as Royal and Hicksenbaugh takes off. Tallerman hits it on the ground left side. The shortstop goes to second for trying to get Hicksenbaugh. It's not in time, but they flip it over to first to get Tallerman. They get the latter half of the double play. I haven't seen that too often.
You almost never see that. I'm really surprised Pompey decided to go to second to try to get Hicksenbaugh instead of just going straight to first. But Hicksenbaugh smartly hustled it all the way out and slid into second to make sure it wasn't a double play with the hit and run on.
So a 6-4-3 that is good for 1 out.
Yeah. The only time I feel like you see something like that is like when it hits off the pitcher and you get like a 1-4-3 or a 1-5-3, something like that.
So now it's Cooper Witten with a slight bend in his stance this time as the first pitch is up and outside for ball 1. Witten today is hitless, 2 strikeouts, a walk, and a ground ball out. 3-run inning for the Blues. Comerford came in to score on the walk. Ardois Constantine followed after the 2 RBI single from Jake Hicksenbaugh. Fastball yanked outside, 2 balls and no strikes.
And although Witten, who stands in the box right now, and Lewis, who stands on deck, don't have a hit in today's ballgame. Those are 2 guys who can supply some power, some pop, and really extend this lead for the Blues.
2 balls and no strikes. Went from the stretch, kicks and deals. Fastball, this one misses low again to Witten. 3 straight to the UW Husky. Two runners in scoring position. 2 gone in the bottom half of the 8th. 8-6 lead for the Blues. Cooper Witten on the 3-0 count. Takes the fastball in there for a strike. And in the bottom half of the zone, some 2-seam tail on it. Another arm getting loose in the Foresters' bullpen. 3-1. Fastball swung on and missed. It was a good spot in the zone for Witten to do some damage, but he can't quite capitalize on it.
And the Blues, who now lead this game, very crucial game as the Stompers beat the Merchants 8-7, which means the Stompers are a half game above the Blues as of right now. But if the Blues win, they have the tiebreaker and would be back in second place.
Payoff pitch to Witten. Fastball spoiled over the Blues dugout. We'll do it again at 3 balls and 2 strikes.
How playoffs work is the top 3 teams in each division, the North and the South, make the playoffs. The second seed will host the third seed at the second seed's home field. And the winner of that game will play the 1 seed who gets a first-round bye. That's a single elimination game. And then the 1 will play the 2-3 and another single elimination game at the 1 seed's house.
Payoff pitch again to Witten. This one hit off the hands and over the press box above us behind home plate. Do it again on 3 balls and 2 strikes.
After a winner is declared from both the North and the South, the two teams will play a 3-game series at the winner of the North's home. So whatever team wins the North will host a 3-game set between themselves and the winner of the South to be the CCL champions.
3-2. Fastball foul tipped off the glove of Simo. And Witten will dig back in there. Jariah Lewis awaits on deck.
More updates in the CCL. The Arroyo Seco Saints are now beating the Conejo Oaks 18-7 in a football game.
18?
18. It's a tough football score.
I was thinking what
Let's
that
see.
would.
2 touchdowns would give you 12.
Yeah.
2 missed extra points, 2 field goals. Interesting day for
All
the
right.
kicker. Yeah. You could go 1 extra point, a field goal, and a 2-point conversion. There you go.
3-2 again from Shea Went to Cooper Witten. Here it comes. Fastball hit off into the bat on the left side. Third baseman Patterson's got it. Gloves it over to first. Big stretch from Rodriguez is in time to retire Cooper Witten. But the damage has been done. A 2 RBI single from Jake Hicksonbaugh and a run being walked in, and Brendan Comerford gives the Blues the lead 8-6 over the Santa Barbara Foresters. They look to shut the door on SB in the top half of the ninth. For Ryan Giacomini, I'm Nate Mills on the Slow Blues Streaming Network. One, two, three, due up for the Santa Barbara Foresters. Matthew Gonzalez back out there to put a bow on this ball game. Blues have an 8-6 lead over Santa Barbara after Brendan Comerford came around to score on a walk, and Jake Hicksonbaugh brought across 2 more on his single. This one hit off the hands, up the middle. Ardois scoops it up, throws it over to first in time. There's the first out of the inning. Caden Peterson retired on the ground ball out, and now it's Jack Bollinger.
A very hard hit ground ball, but Ardois got it on a really good hop and made a strong throw to Tollerman to get that first out. Blues just 2 outs away from coming back in this ball game and getting the victory.
What a spectacular win it would be for the Blues here in front of 1,448 strong at Sinsheimer Stadium. First pitch to Bollinger is a fastball that misses upstairs. 1 ball, no strikes.
Especially because a common theme in this game has been the Blues will tie the game up and then the Foresters will get the lead right back.
1-0 is cued off the bat straight towards the backstop. 1 ball and 1 strike.
The Foresters got 2 in the third, 1 in the fourth, and then the Blues got 3 to tie it in the bottom of the fourth. Foresters came right back.
1-1 misses low. 2 balls and 1 strike to the center fielder.
Foresters came right back, scored 2 in the top of the fifth. Blues did the same in the bottom of the fifth. Foresters tacked on more in the seventh, but the Blues take the lead in the eighth.
2-1. That one misses outside. 3 balls and 1 strike to the left-handed hitting Bollinger.
And there's still a good 700-800 fans in this ballpark sticking it out through this almost 4-hour-long baseball game.
3-1, chopped on the ground left side, but it's foul. Fills it up at 3 balls and 2 strikes to Bollinger. The left-handed hitting outfielder from Westmont College. Former Sac State Hornet and Cabrillo College Seahawk. Gonzalez from the windup. 3-2. This one's hit into left center and it falls for a base hit. Bollinger rounds first, and that's all he'll get on the 1-out knock.
First hit of the day for Bollinger, and all of a sudden the Forsters are bringing the tying run to the plate, and Will Rogers is 0 for today, but has reached base safely 3 times.
A hit by pitch and 2 walks. That hit by pitch came around to score on the Rodriguez home run of the 5th.
You know, looking at Rogers and Holman's line, very backwards. Holman started the game walk, walk, and then strikeout, strikeout, strikeout. Rogers out, out, then walk, walk, walk.
5 free passes between those two as the first pitch slider is taken for a strike. As we said, the left fielder's hitless today. A fly ball out to center. Grounder back to the pitcher Harper. A hit by pitch and 2 walks. Gonzalez's earrings glistening underneath the lights as he comes set on the 0-1 from the stretch. Kicks and deals. Another slider and a huge swing and a miss from Rogers for strike 2.
And if you're Gonzo, I think you go right back to the slider, or you drop the changeup off of it, start it right in that same tunnel, and just make sure it dips below the zone and it's unhittable for Rogers.
We'll see what Gonzo goes with here. As the 0-2 comes home, it's the slider. He flares it off to the right side into the empty Blues bullpen. No balls and 2 strikes still to Will Rogers.
Now I would really like to see him flip that changeup. Back-to-back sliders. You've set him up for that pitch that's moving away from him. Now just drop one that's going to be a little bit slower right at his kneecaps.
Middle infield not playing at double play depth, although it is in order. Gonzo from the left side of the rubber. There's the changeup. Missed a little too inside on it. Rogers wanted that to hit him on the shoe tops as he hopped out of the way. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
I do like the spot, however. A pitch that wasn't super competitive, but backed Rogers up off the plate and made him wary of the changeup. Wouldn't be surprised to see fastball same spot or throw the slider again.
1-2 from Gonzo. Here's a fastball. He's laid on it. Dribbles it in front of the Blues dugout. We'll do it again at 1 ball and 2 strikes. And it just seems like every Will Rogers at bat has looked like this, making the pitchers get creative with how they attack the right-handed hitter.
Yeah, they're working hard to get Will Rogers out, and that's exactly why he's batting 3rd in this order and why he has a .304 batting average. He just puts together these really good at-bats, and eventually you got to think it would lead to hits.
For him, it's led to 16 this season. 7 walks to his 10 strikeouts before today's game. 1-2. Rogers hits us into the air to right field. Hixenbaum moving back. He makes the one-handed grab, and that's the 2nd out of the inning.
The Blues and Gonzo just 1 out away from sealing this ball game and sealing the season series against the Santa Barbara Forsters.
Blues are up 4-3 in the regular season series against SB. Trying to make it 5-3, a winning record against the top 2 or 3 team in the CCL. Manager Bill Pintard is now coaching 3rd as Bollinger takes off towards second base. He didn't even put on the steal sign. He pointed at second base and said steal.
And Pintard was not happy at all with that swing because of the steal. He immediately threw his hands up in the air and then put them on his head. Although the 90 feet don't matter all that much, he doesn't represent the tying run. You need that run in the box right now to come around and score.
Oh, one Bollinger takes off. No one is covering. A swing and a miss for Jack Coleman. Matthew Gonzalez 1 strike away from ending this ball game. And what would be a comeback victory for the Blues against their rivals from down south in the Foresters in the last game these two teams meet this summer. Runner at second. Here comes Gonzo. 0-2 is hit into center field. Royal coming in on it, and he won't get there. It falls for a base hit as Bollinger rounds third and comes in to score. A 1-run ball game after the swing from Jack Holman, his first knock of the day.
And he keeps this ball game alive. Base hit there, like you mentioned, his first hit of the game, and actually a really good bounce back at bat after striking out in the 5th, the 6th, and the 7th.
So a pinch runner for Holman now. It's Drew Markle. Got the start at shortstop yesterday. The Ole Miss Rebel entering his sophomore season. Some wheels out there. That's an important run. It's the tying one as TJ Pompey steps up to bat. TJ with a 2 RBI single back in the 3rd. 2 walks, a strikeout looking, and a ground ball out. Gonzo from the stretch. Kicks and deals. Slider gets a big swing and a miss from Pompey. TJ, the Coppell, Texas native, entering his sophomore season with the Texas Tech Red Raiders after a stellar first year. 0-1 to him. Another slider. He waves at it for strike 2.
1 strike away from winning this game in what has been a crazy long ball game.
Approaching the 4-hour mark at Sinsheimer, the Blues lead by 1 over the Foresters. An 0-2 count with a runner on first base. That's the tying run. Pompey chased 2 sliders. There's another! 3 straight sweepers ends this ball game, and the Blues take the regular season series over the Foresters.
What a game from both teams. The Blues able to really squeak out that win, and I think Matthew Gonzalez had an incredible showing today. He did give up a pair of runs. He started this outing, though, first outing in a little while, first pitch home run. And then he bounced back from that, and he was able to give his team some life and get the win for his ball club in today's ball game. The pitching today, although giving up 7 runs, wasn't that bad. It was the walks that really hurt them. But overall, they did a good job to maintain or to keep the Foresters off the board as much as possible.
An instant classic at Sinsheimer Stadium, one of the most entertaining games this season. The Blues come out on top 8-7 over their rivals in the Foresters, and they win the series 5-3 over SB. They also maintain their second place spot in the CCL North. San Luis Obispo advances to 23-15 on the regular season and 15-13 in conference play. And really, it's hard to pinpoint one facet of the game for both teams because both sides of the scoreboard, for me, or my scorebook, are just colorful. It's like a unicorn just threw up on it.
Yeah, I would have to say for the Blues, it was the ability to score throughout the game. We've seen times where they score in the early innings and they can't figure it out in the late innings, or the opposite, where they score in or they don't score in the early innings and they score in the late innings, but it's too little, too late. Today, runs in the 4th, runs in the 5th, and runs in the 8th to really seal the deal for the Blues.
And you could just tell that's the type of game that San Luis Obispo was going to have. If you just look at the first 3 innings, they strung together 5 hits. They didn't have anything to show for it, but the contact, the bat to ball was there. It was just a matter of bringing across those runs, of which they finally did in the 4th and going on after that. Thomas Harper pretty solid today as well with his 4 innings of work. Dean Traynor had to get creative with his bullpen after the Sean Cannon ejection. Yes, that was the same game. He had to have Matthew Gonzalez go through more innings than he possibly anticipated. But after this feel-good win for the Blues, you can't help but wonder, what are the next 2 games going to look like in terms of pitching?
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what Dean Traynor does. We mentioned it, or we were talking about it a little bit earlier. We might see Gavin Constantine throw. We've seen him throw a little bit already this year when it was needed. Could see guys like Jiraiya or EJ have to step onto the bump only if needed, which hopefully it isn't. You have your two best arms starting tomorrow and Sunday, and Johnny D and Albright. Those guys hopefully can eat up 6 or 7 innings for you and make it so the bullpen doesn't have to work that much.
Well, those two starters would start in the next 2 games of this weekend series against the Barons tomorrow at 4 and the Conejo Oaks on Sunday at 2. The Oaks just lost their 5-game, or about to lose their 5-game losing streak to the Arroyo Seco Saints, who are leading them 18-7 as it currently stands. And it's now 18-11. Oaks are slowly starting to come back, but the Saints still have the lead. Conejo has been a tough team all season, but the Blues trying to bag that win over the Barons and the Oaks, and they have an off day on Monday looking to hit reset. They have two short 2-game series left in the year against the Legends and the Crawdads. So we'll see how these final 6 games play out for San Luis Obispo. But for now, an 8-7 win over the Santa Barbara Foresters. Thanks for tuning in to Blues Baseball on the Slow Blues Streaming Network. For Ryan Giacomini, I'm Nate Mills. Have a great night, everyone.